you doing, Sam?
It's another day on the treadmill of happiness, living the dream, sliding down the razor blade of life, right here at City Council. What are the chances?
Razor blade's a little sharp.
Yeah, yeah, try to slip by it.
right, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Hi. I haven't seen you forever. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Hi. How are you? You. My friend, I don't see you anymore. Madam Clerk. Are you ready?
Madam Mayor, we're ready when you are.
All right. No. No. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. We're going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would love for Eric Estrada to lead us in the pledge. It's not every day you have a movie star in your council chambers.
Well, thank you. You talking about me? You talking
Yes,
about me? Sam, the
Yes,
real movie
you.
star? Extemporaneous?
Can I do it in Spanish? No.
Go right ahead.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Thank you for your help.
Thank you for the fist bump. Who is that guy? Who's Tony who? Tony what?
All right, at this time, we're going to observe a brief moment of silence. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor Breckus, Dewar,
Here.
Delgado, McKenzie, Jarden, Bobzine, Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I will send it back to you for public comment.
Yes, Madam Mayor, our first public commenter today is Eric Estrada, followed by the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having myself here and Street Vibrations. I'm here to actually celebrate them and celebrate the city as I've done in the last 3 years, and also to reinforce Street Vibrations and myself personally, our commitment to law enforcement, to the men and women in uniform and the military, because these folks put on the uniform, they get up every day, they hit the bricks, and they put it on the line because they're sworn to do that, and they've taken an oath to do that. I myself am an ICAC investigator, ICAC. ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. I have been doing it for a solid 10 years in the state of Virginia. Prior to that, I was a reserve officer in Indiana, so my love for law enforcement goes way back till I was 4 years old. Now, some of you are probably thinking, well, how did you become a TV cop? What happened was, at the last year of high school, I was chasing a blonde, and she was in drama club, and I got bit by the acting bug, and I didn't want to be a New York City police officer anymore. So I became an actor, and then luckily, I got to be a cop on TV. And then, of course, I went back to my original passion and became a reserve officer and became a policeman, and then went into internet crimes against children. So my passion for people in uniform, men and women in uniform, is very high on my roster. Also, we like to remind everyone in the area of Reno and Tahoe that there are going to be 50,000 motorcycles, and that we'd like you to keep your eyes out for it. Be on the lookout. You may not be able to see them, but you're going to certainly hear them. And just remember, safety first. So we're going to have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. For me, it's an honor to be here. And I'm going to be the Grand Marshal again for the Police on Parade, which I really dig. And now we have something to give to the council. If you don't mind, I'll take a moment.
All right. Wow, my sister will be so jealous. You have no idea. No idea. This is fantastic. Thank you.
And these are autographs?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
So cool.
Yeah, eat your heart out, Amanda Sanchez.
I know.
Thank you. Chief, thank you, sir, for allowing us to roam around in your town.
This guy has been a true champion for law enforcement. I always want to say thanks, Paul.
Well, it's wonderful to have you here. We're very excited. Thank you for kicking off such an incredible event, honestly, and supporting our law enforcement and our veterans. It certainly is an honor. I know that Councilman Bobzian said, please, can we get a picture with you? So if we could all get in, so we could get a... Yes. Yeah, come on up here. You want to come up?
Or we can go down there. We should go down there. Let's go
Yeah, because the picture will be better. All right, let's do it. I will.
Go ahead. Get the picture, buddy. Okay. Let's everybody say punch. Here we are. Punch on three. 1, 2, 3, punch.
Yeah. Cool, thank you.
I know somebody who can follow that.
Let's give it a shot, Sammy.
He's leaving. I had a few things to say.
Madam Mayor,
All right, Madam Clerk. go
our
right
next
ahead.
public comment is from the Northern Nevada Children's Foundation, followed by Tammy Holt Still.
Well, I'm really glad I have a great cause here because that would be a hard act to follow under normal circumstances. I'd like to say thank you for allowing us here today. I'm Lisa Schaefer with the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation, and this back here in my black t-shirts, this is all of our team. Today we come bearing gifts and gratitude. As many of you know, September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and the gold ribbon is the national symbol for childhood cancer. Today we come with gold ribbons for all of you. In addition, we were the lucky recipients of a recent and very generous grant from the city of Reno. We'd also like to present you with an annual gratitude plaque before we leave. Today also marks the 4th anniversary of a very special community event, and I'm standing here with Dave Cochran, Chief Dave Cochran of the Reno Fire Department. And today, the fire department and many local restaurants will be participating in an annual event in honor of a little girl, one of our little babies, named Natalia, who lost her fight to cancer just prior to entering the 6th grade. Natalia was a Jessie Beck student. Her parents, Raul and Monica, very, very kind and generous owners of El Adobe Cafe and here in Midtown. So they kind of spearheaded this event about 4 years ago. And in honor of Natalia, we have been doing this continuously with Reno Fire. Many participating restaurants will be sharing their proceeds tonight with the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation. I do have a couple of flyers I can leave with you guys in case you are going to be out dining tonight. I know that all of the restaurants would be happy to see extra council faces. And with that, I also wanted to just add that with this event, over the last 3 years, we've raised over $21,000.
Wow, that's
So,
fantastic.
thank you, and again,
Can you, incredible work.
thank
But
you.
can you tell everyone what restaurants those are participating?
Of course. I have 45 seconds still.
Well, don't
So,
worry. We
El
won't cut you
Adobe,
off.
of course, PJ and Company, Marietta's, both locations, Sushi Pier, 2 locations, The Grill, the very infamous grill everyone knows, Los Compadres, they have 3 locations, Great Basin Brewery, 2 locations, The Loving Cup tonight, Napa Sonoma, and probably most of you know there's only one now. The Plumgate one has been closed. Paisano's Pizza, Wild River Grill, Zozo's, and Sneakers Bar and Grill.
Fantastic. They're
Yeah.
all wonderful restaurants. I'll be at Sushi Pier tonight, so I want everyone to pick one restaurant. Okay? And Vice Mayor Darden, did you want to tell them we have something
Thank you very
special?
much. On our agenda today, I have a $1,000 contribution for you.
Oh, thank you. We're so grateful. Really appreciate that. Can I move forward and just present you with the plaque?
Sure, we'd love that.
And I know, I think somebody already gave you some pins, but I do have some extras if you'd like to just share them as well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. It's so good to see you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Tammy Holt Still, followed by J.D. Kleppenstein.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee, and still here. RTC did not support the residents in Lemon Valley for assistance through the consortium. This is very disappointing. The city of Reno is concerned about homeless people, but yet your affluent waters have damaged Washoe County residents and have displaced them. This is absolutely sickening. A good example is one of our senior couples is living in a fifth wheel on somebody else's property. Winter's almost here, it's going to be cold. And he is also a disabled veteran. I also like to bring to your attention, we have been watching the city of Reno and what it's been doing with developers. It reminds us of Roger Rabbit when Jessica walks in the door. Do you guys remember that? You should, because that's what it looks like. Giving away the whole store instead of doing what is right. It's time for the developers like Stonegate and Prada to be stepping up and making the payments instead of giving them credit and not doing what they need to do. It's time for you not to be building in retention areas. It's time for there not to be 10 feet of water or 10 feet of dirt put in a floodplain. It is time to not be Houston, Texas. It's time to step up. Cold Springs and Lemon Valley do not want to pay. Do you remember what the biggest little city is? That used to be Reno. Open lands, blue skies, wildlife. It's not what you guys are doing now. Also, do you remember what it was like when your mother said, hey, clean up your messes before you go on to something else? City of Reno needs to do that too. You need to clean up your backyard because it's still messing up my front yard. And I am talking about Swan Lake, if you have forgotten. Also, the barriers on Lemon Drive. The city of Reno has annexed Lemon Drive. So the barriers are on your annexed street. But there is a blind curve. It has been posted by Washoe County to be 25 miles an hour. It's time for the city of Reno to step up with their patrol and keep people at the proper speed limit and not to be passing on that blind curve. There will be a head-on before too long. I was almost in one the other day from someone trying to pass me while I was doing the speed limit. And if you don't have the police and you don't have the fire department to service the areas that you're annexing, stop annexing. You can't build, if you can't do the infrastructure, then you don't need the area. Thank you very much.
JD Kleppenstein, followed by Holly Walborn. I think they both have left, so we'll move on. Is Darren Maddox here? All right, next on our list is Chisa Keen, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Good morning, Mayor, Councilman. Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Chesa Keen. I'm from the Rotary Club of Reno Centennial Sunset. We are sponsoring an event called Dogs of Rotary. And this event is this weekend, Saturday, September 30th from 10 to 5 at Idlewild Park. The purpose of this fundraiser is to raise money to provide service dogs for veterans. And we're doing this through the GI Dogs program, where we are training the dog and the veteran team to enable them to progress further. When you think about our young men and women who are sent away and deployed to foreign lands, who go away healthy and return damaged, we need to find ways to help them. And we feel that dogs that are service dog related, the difference between a comfort dog or a pet is that the service dog does something for them. And we are hoping to raise awareness about this need by the veterans and to make sure that we are saving dogs in the process. So this event this weekend is going to be more fun than you can imagine. We are having auctions. We've got so many wonderful auction items. In fact, Mayor Sheevy, we got a Mayor of the Day dog award. Now, I'm hoping to get that one because my dog is awesome. But I digress. We also have events that are designed to educate about dogs, and we've got items on our list also for dog training and workshop. And then my most fun part is the doggy runway contests. We have contests like running of the Chihuahuas, the wiener dog race, and then of course we'll have a chai wiener race-off. We also have the prettiest dog, the most handsome dog, the best rescue dog. We've got a bunch of them. But we really want to raise awareness. We want people to have fun, and it's going to be at Idlewild, and we hope that you all can come. I've got flyers all over the city. So if you see one, remind yourself that from 10 to 5, it's going to be a fun day. Thank you.
That's tremendous. Okay, everyone remember, 10 to 5, and it's at Idlewild.
Idlewild Park at the Snowflake Pavilion. And, oh, we have a live band. I mean, there's just something for everyone. You're going to have so much. Bring your dog. It's got to be on a lead, and we will give out poopy bags.
And before you go, I just wanted to, if I may, Madam Mayor, draw the attention that on today's council agenda, I've actually recommended a donation to this organization for this event, and I'm hoping that that council will support me in that. So thank you for the request.
Yes, and thank you for considering.
Yeah, I thought that what you guys had planned was amazing and awesome, so I was glad to support it.
Thank you, Naomi.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Jerry Mifsud, followed by David Shakar.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and federal city council members. It's hard to I just got upstaged by a TV star here, and a great man he is. But what I hope to bring a little notice, when you said the pledge, I took a knee and I raised a cane representing seniors. The recent taking of the knee by former 49er Colin Kaepernick was about racial inequality. I'm about senior inequality. You know that. Mayor, you had listened to me off the record, and I hope you show that same interest to Oscar. I've given you, and I've sent you both emails to the inroads of how to get that senior crossing sign. So the flag represents many citizens and causes. There is no disrespect intended to any of our vets who have bravely fought and died for us under the flag. Over 500 million have given the ultimate price since World War I. But under that same flag, millions and millions of Americans of color, African Americans, have suffered and died since the slavery days. I'm here to speak about senior equality and equality of life for us seniors. The largest growing population in the United States, the baby boomers, 1945 to 65, amount to 80 million, half of which have reached the age of 62, leaving 40 million left. 11,000 a day are reaching the retirement age, and we have 10 more years till 2027. I live with the largest contingency cluster of seniors here in Reno, 500 of us on Paradise Drive, leading into the northwest entrance to Teglia's Paradise Park. Folks, this is about ageism. It's about seniors, the forgotten, the invisible, the disregarded, but yet not yet departed. Struggling to hold on to our independence and dignity, we become less and less of a priority in the family unit. We find ourselves in a survival mode after we have accomplishments and families with ups and downs, and struggle is put on us. Here's what happens to seniors. With marriages failing at a high rate, seniors and grandparents are now called back into grandparenting. Seniors go from here, independent living, to an assisted care facility or a full-blown care facility. I've worked in rest homes and care facilities. Seniors are not being treated right. In our last bastion of independence, as I live with 200 seniors, I see relatives drop the seniors off and never return. Isolation, depression, fear, sometimes alcohol and pain meds. The doctors have hooked the seniors on pain meds over the years, and now the DEA wants to cut back, sending seniors into cold turkey. Seniors are panicking and suffering with withdrawals or insomnia. What the hell? We gave you life. Dignity, respect, and acknowledgement is all we ask. We are viable and reliable. All these years we have shared our love, and we ask for the last part of our lives to live in peace and harmony. Keep in mind that 50% of the homeless are 50 years and older. I'd like to give something to the mayor. I know I'm beyond my time, but I saw Eric do that and the last few people. So I feel that I would like to give something to the mayor.
You are such a jokester. Thank you for the wonderful message.
Thank you, Sabine, and I will continue to
Fantastic.
advocate for seniors.
Thank you.
Follow up on that senior crossings. There is an avenue. We can make a bill out of that. Chibi, Delgado, and Mifsa bill.
You could do based on population, too.
Pardon me?
Based on the population,
But we
populated
have
areas.
Oscar, we have 500 seniors living in that small
Yeah.
cluster. We need
Thank
that sign
you.
to give the speeding cars notice of us.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from David Shakar, followed by Stephen White.
I'll take it anyway. Is that yours? Mine.
One of our favorite artists who does the best characters in the city.
Well, that remains to be seen. Thank you, Mayor.
No, they're fantastic.
Speaking of that, I wanted to first talk about just a couple of things. I want to give a shout out of thanks to a special event manager, Alexis Hill. And the reason for that is we had an event this weekend that was a Latino festival. I did not go to that. I was planning on going to that. I had an intervening event that I had to go to. But I really appreciate the, I don't know if you can see it here in this picture, but the free speech area was in a really good location. And I'm looking for a pen so I can point out where it is. And so I thank you, Alexis, for that. Speaking of free speech areas, thanks to our city clerk, who was kind enough to provide the street vibrations free speech area. There are several of them. I appreciate that. But one area that I really need to talk about that is a free speech area, and that's the Retract Plaza. I prefer to, which is right here. It's between Comro and El Dorado. I was told by the city that anytime that Retract Plaza, the iron fence that's around there is open, that I could be there. It's a public event. However, this is a permitted event, but the Retract Plaza is still a public forum, and I just want to let the city know that I'm going to be there. I prefer not to get arrested again for just trying to draw pictures, fully protected by the First Amendment. And anytime anybody is here, I always draw free portraits for veterans and active duty military personnel every day, and there's always a sign for that. The other thing I want to talk about, speaking of portraits, when I do finally get around to drawing all of the portraits of the Reno City Council and the mayor, it'll be later on in the winter. The one thing that I ask is that I be able to have somewhere between 30 to 60 minutes, no more than that, with each council person, because I have to be able to see them to draw them. And let me ask all of you, would that be an objection to any of you if I were able to, at your own time, whether it's before work, during work, after work, or on your own time, a weekend, a weekday, if I could get together with you at your convenience, I'll fit my schedule to yours, so that I could spend 30 to 60 minutes with you to draw a good picture, keeping in mind it's to your benefit, because if I could see you, I could draw you, and if I can't see you that well, I might do a Picasso with both eyes on one side of the nose. So I assume silence is consent, so thank you for that.
I'm sure every council member would enjoy it. I have one, and I absolutely love it. You did a fantastic job.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And by the way, just as a little sidebar note, when my son will be speaking, we have different ways of pronouncing our name, and the reason for that is it's a German spelling of a Russian name of Latvian origin. So, thank you.
All right.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Stephen White, followed by Nick Shakar, pronounced differently
Our
than that.
other favorite artist champion.
Say again, I'm sorry.
I said it's our other favorite artist champion.
Well, I'll tell you, Mayor, on the one hand, I wanted to tell you, last time I was here, I complimented the members of the council about St. Augustine, Florida. I want to thank you, Mayor, personally, on behalf of every artist in St. Augustine, Florida, because if it weren't for you coming and talking to me in 2014, if it weren't for the two of us getting the artist codes passed here in Reno, the artists down there in St. Augustine were banned from painting pictures in public parks because the city attorneys down there determined that the act of painting the picture in the park was the same as selling. They were inseparable from one another. They did not allow selling in the park, and they banned all painting of pictures in public parks down there. The artists contacted me. They were having a meeting with the city attorneys later on in the afternoon, and I sent them all this information, including our Reno codes, gave them the information on how to fight back and all. The attorneys down there got in touch with our city attorneys up here. Bigger than heck, out at the end of the discussion, at the end of that day, the city attorneys backed down. They opened up the parks for artists to sell their artwork in the public park. No licenses, no permits, no fees. And they adopted the language that you and I got happening here in Reno into their municipal codes. Thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you.
But on the bad side, I've been getting after you for a long time. Open up your festivals for everyone to have an equal opportunity. I want to know, is there any movement at all towards making changes in these festival requirements? Because to be honest with you, if there isn't, I've been waiting 15 years. I'm going to bring a litigation against the city. I'm going to seek an injunction and put a stop to this business because it's important to open all these festivals up so everyone, seniors and children and college students, have an equal opportunity to participate in events that are being funded partially by the city. And by doing so, we open up community participation in the arts, and that in turn encourages community funding for art programs in our children's schools. And that's what we should be doing. And I don't want to go into court again, but I know I'm right. No question about it. And I want to see some change. And I want to sit down with you folks. I want to work out changes in the way these festivals are being put on. It's like you've been locked in by these special interest groups and promoters. And they've got a grip on you and they won't let you do what's the right thing. And we got to do the right thing. Everybody deserves an equal chance, an equal opportunity. And to me, it's all about community participation in the arts to rebuild community funding for art programs in our children's schools. I'm going to give you some extra time today. You guys all have a great day. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. We've come a long way, and I think we'll still have a little ways to go. We won't be perfect, but we will get there. And I'm going to direct Councilwoman Dewar, since she represents our arts and culture, to please contact Mr. White and work on some better solutions that
Right.
are sort of challenging.
And I want to, if I may, just say that the staff and the Arts and Culture Commission have heard you loud and clear, Mr. White. And in fact, since the last festival, the staff have already begun a completely different process for future kind of art festivals, I'm using the word in quote because I don't know what other word to use,
That's
showings, whatever. And so I think it's really just a matter of getting together and going over those, and I think you'll be pretty pleased.
Okay, one thing I'd like to mention, I have over 40 years of experience in the festival industry.
Right.
I have more experience than anybody else you know. I know the deep, dark underbelly of the festival industry. You really have to go to a lottery system.
Right.
And
All
I hope
right,
that,
well,
I
you
hope
guys
we
can
can work
talk about
together.
that later.
Yeah.
Please, let's
Because
work
I want to
together.
make sure
that
everyone gets an
Exactly.
opportunity to speak today, but I think you two will make
But God bless you.
a
about St.
dangerous
Augustine.
team.
A dangerous
Madam Mayor,
In a
our
good
next,
way. All right.
our next
Go
public
ahead.
comment is from Nick Shakar, followed by Mark Markel.
Good afternoon, Mayor Shivi and fellow council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak to all of you today. I am the Director of Community Leadership at the Community Foundation of Western Nevada, and I spoke to all of you last year regarding our Caregiver Support Initiative, and I would like to share an update about our work so far. But before I go into that, I did want to share a figure with you, and earlier this year, the Community Foundation granted our $100th million in the area. So this speaks volumes about the generosity of our community and also about the mission of the Community Foundation, which is to connect people who care with causes that matter. And at the Community Foundation, we believe that family caregiving is a cause that matters. Our first step when we do our initiatives is to hear directly from those who are affected by it. So it's very easy to assemble experts or service providers and determine solutions, but we also have to hear from those who are in the trenches of family caregiving. I'll share with you a story that really shows some of the struggles that caregivers in our community go through each day. When we started, we heard from a woman who was caring for her father who has dementia. And even though he has dementia, he's still physically healthy, but she does not have any support. She doesn't have any family or friends who can help take care of her father with her. So it's always tumultuous when she goes to work. She found out one day, they live above the university, that her 85-year-old father had jaywalked across McCarran. He was able to get out of the house, and that shows a lot of the struggles that caregivers face each day. So we knew that this was an important cause to take on, and our initiative is directed at unpaid family caregivers to seniors in Washoe County. So it could be someone who is taking care of an aging spouse or mother or father or another family member. Our thinking is if we can provide support to the caregiver, then consequently they'll provide better care to their family member. And upon hearing from caregivers, we learned really two things. Is one, that it's hard to find resources, which I'm sure is not surprising to any of you, and that caregivers are often thrown into the situation unexpectedly. They don't know how to begin their caregiving journey. So we partnered with the Sanford Center for Aging and the Savant Medical Library to create a comprehensive resource database of family caregiving resources. We cataloged over 300 community services, including those that are free and low cost, and most importantly, called each of the providers before we listed any of their information to ensure that it's accurate. The worst thing would be for a caregiver to call for help and then find out that that service is no longer being offered. It's important we provide comprehensive information and accurate information to them. Additionally, we created this Washoe Caregivers Guidebook, which is an instructional manual for first-time caregivers that is now being distributed at all of the area's hospitals, senior centers, and other locations. And if I may have your permission, I would like to share this with all of you.
Fantastic work. So incredibly needed. I know that Councilman Delgado has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we are short on time with public comment, 3 minutes, but I think this is very important. I sit on one of the boards for the Community Foundation. They do extremely great work here in the community.
Thank you.
Nick, if you can please tell us again, where can we find this information? Is it only available on hand, or can they find it on the web as well? I think it's really important for the community to know, especially with the growing senior community, especially with all these issues and the strains it brings to the family.
Good question. So you can find all of our resources at washoecaregivers.org. Again, it catalogs over 300 community resources. All the information is up to date. And then you can also download an electronic version of that guidebook. But all the hospitals now, they've changed their discharge procedures to identify caregivers, and will hopefully be a tool that can help with caregivers on their journey.
Yeah, and again, Madam Mayor, just the terminology that once people get into the medical field is just completely overwhelming. So really good for anyone out there. Just pick this up, read through. It's very user-friendly, and it's a great need. So thank you, Nick, for presenting that.
Thank you. And I'm sure that caregiving affects all of your constituents. So if you do know someone who's in need of help or resources, please share this information with them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great job.
Madam Mayor,
Great job.
before he leaves.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, Nick, I just want to also give my thanks to this. I think a number of us have not just have constituents, but have family members that we've been through this over and over, and I certainly have. The struggle to find the caregivers, to find ones that are licensed, ones that know how to appropriately deliver care, even in all the way to the hospice continuum, has been a personal challenge for me, and I know others. So I just say from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate having this resource, which I did not the last 3 times I had to deal with this. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Mark Markell, followed by Tracy Hall.
Cool, I'm on TV. That's cool. Cameras over there. Where? I've been coming here for 18 years, and I never noticed cameras. Okay, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mrs. Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. Mrs. Mayor, your hair looks beautiful. My name is Mark Markell. I'm a concerned Reno resident. I come here every meeting to warn people and show people what can happen when you get in a car with a drunk driver, or drink and drive. It's especially with all motorcycles in town, it's important not to be buzzed driving, even smoking pot or anything. It's a mistake. It's a bad thing to do with all these motorcycles in town. And anyways, I'm a little brain stupid, and I don't talk well, and I don't know what to say, but I want to be an example. I was in a drunk driving crash on Columbus Day back in '89, and we were doing 100 and there was a car exiting the freeway, and we swerved to miss it. We wouldn't have hit it anyways, but we were drunk, and we swerved, and we rolled 150 feet, and I was ejected and put in a coma. The car landed on my head, put me in a coma for a month, and I was in the hospital for 6.5 months. Anyways, I've been through a lot of people. I just don't want anyone else to go through this. So please don't get in the car, drunk driver, and don't drink and drive. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Tracy Hall, followed by Cameron Rose.
Thank you, Mark.
Hi, Tracy Hall. I am a Lemon Valley resident, and when I say I am, I'm not really, because I'm still in temporary housing, which thanks to the county for that. I would like for all of you to pay close attention right now, because I'm up here, not down there. I'm very disappointed in the city. I'm not sure what you guys have done to help us residents out there. We're part of your community. We certainly don't feel that way. I'm going to leave you with this today, and I only have one copy. I attend the county meetings, and this is what they're doing. It may not be a lot, but at least they're showing us it's something, that we do matter a little bit. It'd be nice if we mattered a whole lot more. My husband and I have been in temporary housing since March. My property still has water on it. Something needs to be done out there. You guys need to step up and do your jobs. Just because we're not in Midtown or we don't have beautiful art or anything doesn't mean we don't matter. We do. We're part of the community. Tam, you mentioned that senior citizen couple living as they're camping. That's a disgrace. Absolute disgrace. It's not okay. You guys have that Prada development out there. That made me lose my mind out. I went to that meeting out there at Lemon Valley Elementary. What a shame. 700 acres. They want to raise that land 10 feet. Us owners out there that have been out there forever can't raise our homes 2 feet. What is that? Money? Money talks, doesn't it? Guess I don't have enough money. Still don't have eyes up here. It's not okay, you guys. You guys need to step up and get with the county, get with the state, and do your jobs. I want to go home. Apparently, I'm not going to be able to go home. So you guys need to find the money. Don't wait for FEMA to come save us. They're busy. This happened to us over 7 months ago. We're not on national news anymore, but we should be a priority for you guys. That's your job. It's your job. It's a disgrace. This weekend, what did my husband and I do with some help with some friends? Went out to our property to get stuff out of the water that's almost out of the water. What did we do? Flipped a camper shell over, floated it like a boat in my yard. My yard's not supposed to be a lake. But yet you guys just keep more development going out there and don't care about the people that have been out there for over 40 years plus. You guys keep building. We don't have anywhere to ride our horses, quads, anything. Shame on you.
All right, thank you so very much. So, I know that Mr. Flansburgh, you've been meeting with the county regularly. We also do an agenda item where we can have joint meetings with the county. And so the next one that we have, we will call a joint meeting. And therefore, everyone is part of the conversation together since you are a county resident, so that you can hear what the game plan is between both entities. I think that would help and clear up some of the confusion of, you know, who's doing what. And I know it's been really difficult out there. I understand that. But Mr. Flansburgh has been working with them in conjunction. But I think it's important for you to understand what both are doing together, so you're not getting two different conversations.
Well, the reason I say that is because the county is the one paying for my temporary housing. The county is the one
Because you are in the county.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's also a city issue too.
Well, technically, because you're in the county, they tend to take over that. But it needs to,
We're so tired of
it
hearing
needs to
Texas
come
County,
where,
owner this, owner that. We're
well,
your community.
the conversation needs to be together so that there's not two different
That's what we're
messages.
asking for.
And that's what I just told you, that we will make it our priority for the next joint meeting with the county and the city. And I would encourage everyone to come so we can all have the conversation together so there aren't two different messages.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor,
Mayor?
may I?
Go right ahead.
I'm going to ask
Councilwoman Bowker.
Cynthia, who's my acting liaison, to get with these folks and schedule a field trip for me to go out and visit their homes. They've been here almost religiously for the last several months, telling us about their conditions out there, and I'd like to go out there. I don't represent that area, but I want to go on a field trip out there. Thank you.
I have a business card, you're more than welcome.
Okay, Cynthia will come and help you schedule that.
Emails on my
Thank you.
paper too. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Cameron Rose, followed by Ozzy Shirazi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to read from my comment that I wrote because it's just a little easier for me. So you might want to re-reference this because I stout a couple legal cases inside of it. From my understanding, what I was just informed today, this agenda is not going to be actually discussed anymore today. It will be brought up at a different date, but I would like to get this off my chest now because I might not have the opportunity at a later date to do this. The issues that I'd like to discuss involve two new ordinances involving sitting, lying in City of Reno, and also panhandling, basically, in city medians. I'm going to discuss the first issue, which is, I believe, issued as Agenda I-4. I point to to Jones versus City of Los Angeles. I provide case law with the actual thing, the case, in which it discusses how criminalizing individuals for sitting, lying, or sleeping inside the city is unconstitutional because it violates the Eighth Amendment, and it is cruel and unusual punishment. The City of Los Angeles paid out dearly in attorney fees. They paid out $650,000, and that's just the attorney fees. The ordinance was scratched. It is no longer law because it is unlawful, which will be the same thing that will happen here. And I will be at the forefront of that battle if I must, because you're attacking me. I am homeless. Every night, you will see me at the library, sitting, sometimes lying because sitting gets uncomfortable, using the internet, researching stuff, trying to watch TV, whatever I might do, to pursue my happiness and make my life a little bit better. And I will not tolerate this such of behavior. I also point to Bell et al. Versus the City of Boise, which specifically states that criminalizing homelessness because we're homeless is cruel and unusual punishment. We don't deserve this. We're part of your community whether you like it. And it's not our fault that that homeless shelter treats us like we're criminals. It degrades us, it profitizes off us, and nobody wants to call the facts as what they are. The facts are, if that place was doing something, the same people who are on these streets year after year after year after year would not be there. Last time I lived out here, and this is where I was born, was 2007. I see a guy with Tourette's who's constantly going, making loud noises, who is constantly being persecuted and harassed just because nobody wants to help him. He can't help himself. We have to help him. That's my point on I-4, on I-1, on issue I-4, which pertains to, sorry, my phone's being stupid. Come on, turn. I'll do it this way. Which pertains to panhandling, as I quoted. You guys called it using the medians and stuff in the sidewalks. I'd like to mention that I've been arrested 9 times in the last year. Of those 9 cases, 4 of my cases have been dismissed. 3 are waiting in a judgment from a judge, and 2 are pending, still waiting for trial. Sorry, I'm going over.
Sir, I apologize. I'm going to cut you off so everyone else has the same opportunity to speak. However, I would love for you to meet with one of our staff members. I think you have very valid points, very valid concerns. That's certainly one of the reasons why we won't be hearing those items, because we want to make it a much broader conversation, and certainly not the intent ever to attack or go after homeless individuals.
Well, that's what I was going to cover in my next stance, because a lot of those cases pertain to exactly what you're talking about. And I've had several of those dismissed already, and I am going to be suing the city because I've spent jail time for what?
So, and like I said, your concerns are very, very valid, so I
Oh, I know they are.
I would like someone from the city attorney's office to meet with you.
I talk with them all the time. I just talked with one of the district attorneys on Monday, in fact. So,
Good, thank you.
all right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Ozzie Shirazi, followed by Richard Bartholet.
Test, test.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Greetings, Madam Mayor, City Manager Newby, at-large Bob Zian is absent, City Council members, he just walked out. I don't know what happened, I scared him off. City Attorney Hall, Assistant City Attorney Shipman, fellow citizens of Reno, I stand before you today as a real estate investor, private citizen, businesswoman, and a human being. As a real estate investor, I have found empty spaces and high rents. What I have discovered from the opinion of citizens is a disbelief of current rental rates and salaries to coexist in harmony. As a human being, my heart feels the sadness of someone who has been served with a no-cause eviction. My eyes have seen the homeless who have been forced out of a home. My ears have heard the voices of citizens who are victims of current circumstances. Success comes from a team effort. We need the helping hands and caring personalities from the citizens of Reno, banding together and becoming a single unit for a common cause. That cause is the greater good of the citizens. A city government has one job: to protect the citizens' well-being at all costs. It is the citizens who voted. It is the citizens who pay the government salaries. Lastly, it is the citizens who make or break a city economy. Think of a prized possession you own, you maintain it, and care for it. When holding a public office, the city becomes your prized possession. You must guard it and cherish it because it was the city who gave you the privilege to make the decisions on its behalf. So when passing a law, the burden lies with the government to defend its position. To pass any laws that are not for the greater good of the city is to commit a betrayal of trust that was implied when the person took office. I implore the current city government to make a decision for the greater good of the citizens who voted for you and trust you with their lives, literally. Please take your time to consider all information. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Richard Bartholet, followed by Michael Pitkin.
Mayor, council members, City Manager Newby, I'm pleased to be here today. I understand that the ordinances that I was also here to talk about are going to be addressed at a later date, but I think these comments are still pertinent. For perspective, I was an advocate for the CAC back when Bob Rusk was refusing to have his hair cut until we cited a facility. My wife and I who are raising two of our grandchildren this year, took in a homeless woman and her two children for 6 months. I've always been a supporter of the citizens in the community looking out for those folks. At the same time, when I take my two grandchildren to the park, I expect the park to be for things other than sleeping. Just as when I take them to a public pool, I don't expect someone to be at the side of the pool doing their laundry. That's not the purpose of the pool. So as you move forward, I hope that you can find places for homeless people to sleep, but I don't think that is the purpose of our parks and our other public facilities that are not designed for that purpose. One other comment, I frequently walk downtown from the university where I work, and I cross the lids, and I have to say that the fence to me is very attractive, and I think it's a great improvement to that space and is part of that space being activated. So I want to commend you for that effort. If there's anything I can do, and as you know, I'm active. I sat on the RAB for 10 years. I'm on the board of the Regional Alliance for Downtown. I'm very interested in our community. If there are ways that I can have additional input, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it's great seeing you.
Good to see you.
Madam Mayor, our
been a
next public
while.
comment is from Michael Pitkin, followed by Francis Tryon.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Michael Pitkin. I would like to caution all entities on premeditated manipulative entrapment. I know I would not want my civil rights violated. Stigma is real for those homeless or unemployed or have addictions or live alternative lifestyles or who do sex work. I have a couple of my own liberal opinions. I do believe that police officers for drug law reform should happen. SmartDrugPolicy.org, SupportDon'tPunish.org, LawEnforcementActionPartnership.org or LEAP, L-E-A-P. Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion in King County, Washington is a prime example. LeadKingCounty.org. Reno, please take the forefront on reform. Please send a message to the White House Office on National Drug Policy that there are better tools available. A public health approach instead of prosecution and incarceration, I believe, is the answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Francis Tryon, followed by Sam Dene.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Frances Tryon. I am a resident of Washoe County and a volunteer at Hillside Cemetery here in Reno, which is located west of the neighborhoods requesting zoning for resident-only parking. I understand why these neighborhoods are asking for resident parking zones, and I do support them. However, I do have some concerns. First of all, this is a Band-Aid fix to a chronic problem. Every time a new zone is created, the parking problem moves to a new neighborhood, as witnessed by the number of resident-only parking zones around the University of Nevada. You can see them on this map. Until the university accepts the responsibility of providing affordable, adequate parking for their students and staff, this will continue to be a problem for the city of Reno. My next concern centers around the Hebrew Cemetery, which is still an active cemetery and on the west side of Angel Street. Will it be provided with cemetery-only parking? It would be nice if we did have a designated parking area for their funerals and for families who wish to visit the cemetery. They are oftentimes left without parking. Lastly, the impact on Hillside Cemetery, Reno's oldest cemetery, is horrific. The parking problem on the east side of the cemetery is completely out of control. Students park, oh wait, wrong one. I think it must be under this. And this is light. Students park any way and anywhere they wish, often in clearly marked no parking zones blocking gates. The garbage trucks and delivery trucks cannot navigate the east side of the cemetery because of the volume of cars. This also raises a concern about emergency vehicle access. On top of all of that, there are 156 confirmed grave sites outside the fence. 3 of those are Civil War veterans. The students park and drive on them every single day. That is desecration of grave sites. It violates the law, which has never been enforced, ever in the entire time I've worked at Hillside Cemetery. I think it is time for our community and our civic leaders to hold the university accountable. We cannot allow them to build building after building without providing more parking at an affordable rate for their students and staff. We do require the businesses that build in our city to put in parking, and most of those businesses do it for free. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do you have copies of your notes?
I do.
Can you give those to the clerk?
Yeah, do you
please?
want the maps
You
also?
referenced some information that I was not aware of, that I think is really important. So could
Okay.
you give it to her?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Sam Dene, followed by Dan Adams. Thank you.
Oh, why don't I-
Sam, DNA, Dene, the heart and soul, body and mind of Reno. And I understand you had a movie star here a little while ago. I got to tell you right now, every week you have the greatest entertainer in the history of the world. Are you interrupting me?
Yes, I was just.
Are you interrupting me while I'm interrupting you? I'm trying to get my 3 minutes. Stop the clock. Give me another 5 minutes, like you gave that movie star. I have more gravitas, spunk, gumption, and moxie, and I don't even know who that was. What is the deal? The chief of police, who I got the job for, he goes over and thanks him for something. I don't even know what. And he never thanked me for getting his job. What's the story with that? At any rate, I am Sam Dene. I've been to more government meetings than all the people added together. I've done more for the community than everybody added together. Nice smiley face. She knows it. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I have more gravitas and background than all the bureaucrats up there times 10. I've done more for the city than anybody else in history. I'm responsible for 92%. She smiled, falling asleep over there. She's heard it before. The 92% of the good things about Reno, starting with, I won't even start. I say Burning Man. The Air National Guard wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for me. They wanted to get fighter planes. I ordered Washington to get them C-130s. Now they've got functional airplanes down there helping people in all these disasters. Fighter planes are going to do nothing for Reno. Did anybody ever thank me for that? Not even the Air Guard. I could go on. Tesla. I'm not so happy about Tesla. I'm responsible driving force for this infinite tax for the school children. Goes on forever. So I'm not too happy about that, because guess what? The wrong people are paying the tax. The wrong people. Anyway, I could go on and on about my greatness, but I'd need another 3 days, not another 3 minutes. Why? Why do I keep coming down here? Why do I sit through this important stuff, but it's all trivia compared to what Sam Dene does every week for the last 25 years? Why do I keep coming down here? Because I'm inspired. I'm inspired by the Reno. She's nodding her head. She knows what I'm going to say. I'm inspired by the Reno media wacko freaks. They ought to all be castigated. They ought to be tarred and feathered. I don't even know what you can do to them. What do I say to those media wacko freaks up there? Are they a bunch of cowards? Why don't you say, Sam, you need therapy. Sam, do something. But the media wacko freaks are the most corrupt, mendacious, perverted, deceptive, rotten, evil. They're despicable. They're perverts, and they won't do anything, because if the media mouses had been doing their jobs that you read about and see in the movies, reporters, all our reporters have handcuffs. And now guess what? I got rid of a lot of the reporters. Now they're bringing new ones in, and guess what their names are? Tell me this. One's named Sam, the other's named Sam. What are the chances that they're bringing in Reno media mouses named Sam? Did I make my point? You cannot castigate the media mouses enough. Thank you.
Madam
Did you
Mayor?
understand what I just said? Does anybody care?
Madam Mayor, our next public comment
Sam,
is from Dan Adams.
You gotta go back and read the book.
Chapter 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all dedicated to me.
Right. Be nice or else.
After
Okay.
Dan Adams will be
All
Ken
right.
Crater.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. This is in regards to agenda item J1, but having just found out this morning that I was going to have to present something, I chose the route of making the public comment because I can't stay because of a previous engagement. This is in regards to a nomination for Historic Place Registry of 440 Ridge. As the property owners, we have submitted the proper applications and materials. This is a picture of the building along with a little history, and I know it's hard to read, but I think you have copies of this. Many of the people that have lived there. This building was built in 1922. It was converted into law offices in the 1980s. Our wish is to turn this building back into a fourplex, four one-bedroom apartments, return it to its historic glory. Most notable of the people that have lived there in the past was Raymond A. Smith, past president of Harold's Club. The building was designed by George Holsworth, who was a contemporary of Frederick DeLongchamps and actually worked with him. So I'm simply asking for your support when you get to that agenda item. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Ken Crater, followed by Maury Kabaz.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Ken Crater, and I am here today to make a request to Council to help us with our Affordable Housing Forum. We have made significant progress in putting together this forum and raising funds to hire enterprise community partners to move this process forward. And to date, we have raised over $117,000 towards that effort. We have roughly another $25,000 in commitments, which I think we're all confident that we're going to get. And we also believe that next month, we're finally going to have enough money where we can move forward with the first phase and actually engage enterprise community partners to begin moving forward with our community to develop a plan. And we all know how important this is to our community. It's just a huge deal. And just some of the amounts that we've raised, everything from Washoe County District Health, $20,000, several banks, $5,000, $7,500. The realtors, very generous. We got a significant amount of funding, both locally, state, and nationally. And we received an AHEAD grant for $20,000. But the biggest contribution to date is from the Nevada State Housing Division of $40,000. And so I would love to see council match somewhere in that range of $20,000 to $40,000. I know budgets are tight, but I can't imagine a much more important issue for our community right now today. I think we've heard some comments in that regard during public comments. So we ask for your support. I'm going to be making the same ask of the Washoe County Commission as well as the Sparks City Council, and we continue to work with our funding committee to move things forward. And we have a big meeting tomorrow between all the folks on the Strategic Planning Committee, Truckee Meadows Healthy Community, and the Regional Planning Commission to hopefully begin again to move forward in October to make this a reality. So again, I hope this is something you support, but it reminds me of a long time ago when I served on the Long Range Planning Committee for the Washoe County School District, and this centered around children, but I think it's similar. One of the assistant superintendents, we all went around the room and had to say one word that we felt would be the most important word to the students, and he nailed it. He said hope. If the children don't have hope, they don't have anything. And I think if we can move forward with this process, we can give the people of this community hope that they can finally afford a house that's affordable for them. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. And the Reno Housing Authority wants to help with that initiative as well. So if you could reach out to them, that would be fantastic. It's certainly a regional issue, and we're all in together, and I would encourage you also reach out to the City of Sparks. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment today is from Maury Kabaz.
Good afternoon, Mayor Shivi, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity. For those who don't know, I have been coming before you in order to get my property back and resolve a umbrella situation. In light of what the progress that has been made, I filed a proper complaint. but I'm not an attorney, and usually proper complaints are not successful. You know, the man who represents himself has a fool for client. So I'm asking for your support. I'm asking you to weigh in. I need more direct communication. 3 minutes of monologue is not enough. You guys have been so nice, you and Chief Soto. I'm embarrassed to even come here and complain, but the fact is, what happened originally here was shocking. It was a different city, mid-90s, different police department. And then came this second shock when they took my property 15 years later. And we need to resolve this. It can be resolved through city attorney's office. Mr. Hall asked me for a copy and my phone number. I appreciate it. He has it. But perhaps through, if necessary, through liaison, Cynthia or Councilman Delgado, however it's done. But I need more time. We need direct communication. Perhaps there was, under your watch last year, on your watch, there was a meeting for the first time in 20 years with a lawyer and a former marshal and a financial backer to pay for the attorney because I can't afford one. So perhaps another lawyer, now that I have filed it, they told me I have 120 days to serve them. I am in no rush to do it. Also, another option would be if I amend the complaint and drop my associates. That way, I only have to deal with the city attorney for now, because you know what it is. Lawyers start filing motion to dismiss. I'm not going to survive that. And then, of course, at that point, the judges have their guidelines, you know. Anyway, I have your follow-up here. I'm trying to get my property back plus some compensation. 20 years later, it is a case of long-term pain and suffering and losses. They're usually settled in the federal court for about $7.1 million. I'm not asking for that. I just want my property back because it was also my shop, and also for some compensation, a fraction of what the case is worth. If some competent lawyer someday take it to a federal court or something, hopefully the money saved can go to homeless people. I almost became homeless, and mentally ill and things like that, you know. Anyway, I have your follow-ups here, and my phone number is in there. I look forward to hear from you. I need more direct communication.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You
you
guys
very-
been great. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And I will make sure that someone from the city attorney's office reaches out to you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, we have no further general public comment today. And with that, our next item on the agenda is city manager announcements.
It's my pleasure to announce the following new hires to the City of Reno. In Community Development, we have Tony Castillo, Office Assistant 2. Tony?
Madam Manager, I apologize. We need to recess the meeting as we've lost quorum.
Okay.
We will recess. We'll do 5 minutes and we'll be back.
And he's back now. Good to go. Cancel that. We got citizens waiting.
Yeah, we'll do 5 minutes. We'll be back at 7 minutes. We'll be back at 1:30.
We'll get some more champagne, caviar.
Petroleum is coming down the highway.
Madam Clerk. I'm going to now send it back to our city manager, Sabra Newby.
All right, let's try this again. We have a number of new employees here at the City of Reno. I'd like to announce 2 in Community Development. We have Tony Castillo, Office Assistant 2, and Derek Eisenbach, Assistant Planner. Not sure if either of them, oh, there they are. Welcome. We also have 3 in the Fire Department, Jeff Chappell, Fire Equipment Mechanic, Bruce Hobbs, Fire Inspector 1, and Mark Wright, Fire Inspector 2.
Wow.
Welcome. And some of you may recognize Mr. Wright
Someone
over there.
recognizes you.
Wait, we all want to
I
know about
know.
our fire inspector.
Right, our new Fire Inspector 2, Mr. Mark Wright, used to be our, Fire Inspector 1, used to be our supervisor of our security, so the gentleman. Right.
We know him well.
It's bittersweet, but welcome to the City of Reno team.
That's so cool. So awesome.
A friendly reminder that our Reno Police Department will be participating in an Immigration and Refugee Forum this evening from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at a community church located at 2375 South Virginia Street in Reno. Executives with Northern Nevada law enforcement agencies will join Reno City Council member Oscar Delgado and others to discuss immigration issues facing our community. So council members, media, and of course, the public are invited. Council members, media, and the public are also invited to the Nevada Museum of Art tomorrow at 5 p.m. for the opening reception for Take Me Home, Huey, which is a sculpture created from an Army helicopter shot down in Vietnam. Several proclamations will be read, including one from the City of Reno declaring tomorrow as Take Me Home, Huey Day. The sculpture will be available to view in the museum parking lot from tomorrow through Saturday.
I know.
And that's all of my topics, other than just pointing out that our next regular city council meeting will be 2 weeks from today on October 11th, starting at noon.
All right, fantastic. I think I'm going to send it right back at you for any agenda items that have been pulled or reorganized. Go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Madam Mayor, just really want to just recognize our staff for the special event this past weekend. They did an extraordinary job. They worked greatly with the community. It was a great success. I just wanted to thank them for all their hard work and diligence and making the community feel welcomed. And it was just a great celebration for everyone that did it. So thank you.
I heard you danced. Is that true? Yes, you did. I heard it was awesome. All right. Go
Thank you.
ahead.
Thank you very much. I did want to put the word out about the Race for the Cure in downtown Reno on October the 15th. We do have a City of Reno team, and I do have all of your pink tutus again for everybody to wear. Our next meeting is going to be pretty short. Yeah, it'll fit. So I just wanted to put that out there, the Race for the Cure downtown Reno on October the 15th.
Which is cool because this is the second time under the
This is the second time under the arch. It's a very special event. And again, come and join the City of Reno team on Sunday, October the 15th.
Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, sending it back to you, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a number of items that are pulled from the agenda, as we sort of alluded to and discussed briefly before. Items I-1 through I-4, that's I-1, I-2, I-3, and I-4. Ordinance introductions are pulled from today's agenda. We are tentatively aiming for the November 8 agenda for those items. And those are all the changes that I have.
Wait, can you repeat those one more time?
Sure. Items I-1, I-2, I-3, and I-4.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions from council? Seeing that there are none, at this time, I'm going to ask for approval of the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we are on the consent agenda, and I do have public comment on this.
Okay.
Michael Pitkin would like to speak, followed by Sam Dene.
Hello, Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Michael Pitkin, and on a personal note, I would like to share, before I was homeless in Los Angeles in 2014, I always thought the homeless in their health process kind of made things up. And after one day of being homeless, I could barely move. After a week of being homeless, I had blockages in my legs. I had my discs in my back pressing on my spinal cord. All my senses were extremely numb. I mean, these were things that I just couldn't imagine that would happen to me because I'm a very strong guy. To not have places for the homeless to sit or to even a safe place to rest, that's a health matter, an issue here in Reno. I would like to extend a challenge to all of you to go out here on the city street in Reno for 24 hours, no amenities. After that 24 hours, I'd like to have you all speak together and talk about how your body feels. When I saw that, the A and Art Boutique Experience Gallery took away their seating, I was just shocked. I couldn't believe, that for those individuals who are not in any program and they are homeless here in Reno, to not have a safe place just to rest, it's very hard on your body. And so I highly encourage that, you work something out to put something within the vicinity of 4th or Record Street, just where the homeless that aren't in a program can go, that the city recognizes would be okay. I would also like to have you consider creating a storage program for individuals just to help them out and to help the city of Reno out in order to keep people from just disposing of their personal items all throughout the city. Other cities do this and it works really well. So I just walking around town, I've noticed this, and so I think it would be something that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent comments. And we do have a storage facility, and it does work out well, but I would love for Elaine Wiseman to get with you and talk about some of the ways you could collaborate with one another. I think you had some excellent suggestions.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Sam Dene, followed by Jay Carter.
Sam, Dene, the heart and the soul and the body and mind of Reno. I saw where this, I have more time on the real battlefields of patriotism than that Kaepernick character and all of those millionaire football players who get all the attention from the media mouse wacko freaks when we have a real patriot up here putting his life on the line day after day, week, putting his reputation on the line. How's my reputation working out, ladies and gentlemen? Well, you don't know about my reputation because the media wacko freaks won't write about me. I should be in the paper every single week. Sam needs therapy. Sam hasn't read the mayor's favorite book yet. He's got to memorize, working on it, chapter by chapter. I take each of those chapters and I read it, I memorize it, and guess what? I turn it around the other way because be nice or else. Come on, that's like the media mouses, wacko freaks. Why aren't they nice to me or else? Why don't you tell them to be nice or else? Be nice to Sam. Tell everybody how great he is. Tell them how humble Sam is. Did I divert? That was the introduction, by the way. I was slightly off the agenda. What we're on is a consent agenda where they're going to vote on a whole bunch of things all at once, housekeeping things, and I look through this thing, and it's nice. $200,000 contract, $200,000 contract, $318,000 contract, and this is for more money for the overflow homeless shelter, and let me tell you, I'm on the side, and I think I help homeless people more than any of you personally. You give money to the homeless, it comes out of the taxpayers' fund that is given to you. I've never seen anybody up there do anything personally beyond maybe a $10 tip to some guy sitting on the sitting on the sidewalk. I don't even know if I've seen that. At any rate, how much money are we giving to this overflow? We gave Volunteers of America, I don't want to step on them, Motherhood Apple Pie, Volunteers of America, but they've gotten back before that new guy, he's not new anymore, got his job from somewhere. Nobody, you never heard of that homeless shelter stuff. They fought tooth and nail to get a few dollars just to have maybe a potluck dinner or something. Now, the last I saw, you gave them $300 million. Why don't we keep track of all of this stuff? Who is keeping track? Who's auditing this stuff? City manager, who I got the job for. At any rate, $318,000 more dollars. And again, I support the homeless. I feel badly for them. There, for the grace of God, go you, except you've got your bloated salaries up there. Otherwise, you would be homeless with most of your backgrounds. Did I divert from the agenda a little bit? No, that's part of it. At any rate, as I close out, here's another thing. You put the money on here. When the money's on here, I know how much it is. When you don't put the amount on there, I figure maybe that's a lot of money. You're getting some kind of a FEMA grant award. Somebody's going to sign for it, but it doesn't tell how much that one is. I got a feeling it's probably pretty big bucks. We got people dying down in Puerto Rico, and Reno is probably going to get millions of dollars. Why don't you write about that, wacko freaks up
Madam
there?
Mayor,
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Jay Carter.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Manager, Council members. My name is Jay Carter. I am the private property owner of Plot 177 in Hillside Cemetery. And you can see where Hillside Cemetery is, close to the university. The parking problems, this is about item B2. There are parking problems all around that. As you can see, that there's parking on the Potter's Field, the university fraternities. All along that row, they park there. During school time, that whole section is just loaded with cars. I propose that we take that 10-foot section that the city owns behind the fraternity houses, work with the Sierra Memorial Gardens that owns that easement through there, and put a road, extend Angel Road all the way to University Terrace. Provide parking, then we could fence off the cemetery and protect the cemetery so that people wouldn't park on the grave sites. The problem we have now, Sierra Memorial Gardens does not want to fight the fraternity houses over parking, so he lets them park on there, thinking that they have prescriptive easement. I'd like to see the city, part of B2, work to resolve this issue to where we can fence that area off and put parking and pathways for those fraternity houses. They have very little parking on University Terrace. There's no parking on the road, so they would have to park in their front yards and also getting services. I'd like to work with the city engineer or anyone looking at this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, I have no further comment on consent today.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to ask council members if they would like to pull any consent items. So I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Breckus.
I'd like to pull B1, A1, bless you.
Sorry, what did you say, E1?
B1, A1,
B1?
A1,
Okay.
and then B3, and that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobzien.
B10, please.
Councilman Delgado.
Nope.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
You're not
B2.
pulling B2. Not pulling
All
that.
right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Not at this time, thank you.
All right, Councilmember
Oh,
McKenzie.
Madam Mayor.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Councilmember McKenzie. Nothing. All right, Councilman Bobzien.
Sorry about that. B2 as well.
B2. Okay, that's been pulled. All right. Thank you very much. All right, so
I guess-
at this time,
I guess it was B10.
I already
That's
pulled it.
been pulled.
I pulled
Oh,
it.
okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, at this time, so may I have a motion to approve the rest of the agenda items? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, I'm going to start with item A1, and I'm going to send it to Councilwoman, where's that? Or B1, is that what you want?
A1.
A1. Councilwoman Breckus.
I just have a question. It's our practice to put special use permits attached and applicable to these privileged licenses, and Plumgate is not in a, does not have a special use permit, as I recall, but it has an SBD, which is somewhat governing like a special use permit. What are the restaurant and liquor allowances, sales allowances in establishments, the number for Plumgate?
If I could have the overhead, please.
Pardon me?
I was talking to the clerk for the overhead. Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. There are a total of 3 restaurants allowed within the Plumgate Center, 2 of which are allowed to have alcohol, one being the subject site right here, and then there is another license right in here. So there will be a total of 2 alcohol licenses within Plumgate.
Okay, and so this is an existing restaurant site?
It's a new restaurant. It took over the site of, what's the old one?
Or the bread place? Sure.
This is a new, it's an existing restaurant location.
That's what was
but
my
this
question.
This is a new business.
Okay, thanks. I was just, it's been a long time since we've had one in this Plumgate, and
Correct.
I just wanted to be reminded of the restrictions. So,
Yeah.
thank you for that, and it's not my ward, but it's right across the street. That's why I raised it.
Okay, may I get a motion then from you, Councilwoman Breckus?
I'll make the motion.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item B2, and this is going to Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Would like to hear a little background on this. I too have witnessed what I would assume is the frat parking in this area. I don't know that for certain, but given its proximity, and it has made me a little concerned as well, kind of what you may propose to help with the parking issues in this area. I think there was some suggestions made, but I have witnessed this as well and been concerned about it.
Gotcha. For the record, Kurt Dietrich, Associate Civil Engineer. Since Angel Street wasn't part of the agenda item, unfortunately, we don't have the background on Angel, but that's something we can definitely take a look at.
Go ahead, Councilman Bobsey.
Madam Mayor, and I, some perspectives on this, just also having sort of a long-term history with the cemetery and understanding the area well, and I appreciate the concerns, and I know that we got a lot of those concerns that came in on email. The issue is concern, and I think it's real, that as we are dealing with resident issues, with more residents requesting inclusion in the parking permit, residential parking permit system that we have for the university, which, you know, Councilman Jordan, you know, we worked a lot on last time in your ward to clean that up for areas north of this area. So it's not surprising to me that other residents now want to be included in that, but it does kind of have the bubble effect of pushing the parking further and further. Now, in my mind, I don't see that as a reason to not move forward with this agenda item here today, but I think the commenters have raised a number of questions that we can pose to staff about code issues that continue on the property. I also think that, you know, I heard one proposal to, you know, take city land and create a street. In my knowledge of the map, that means paving over top of graves, and so maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think there's some questions we can pose to staff for investigation while at the same time moving forward with this agenda item.
Mayor?
Go right ahead.
And I would agree with that. And I think maybe a conversation with the frat, what is the frat den father, whatever they're called, to make sure that all the members of that fraternity and any visitors to it, that's illegal and you'll get towed and you could get in trouble for doing that. So there might be a simple answer to this, but I thought the comments were valid as well. So that would be a separate item, but I think it's important that we did get that on the record, that we explore, kind of solving that issue.
Absolutely, that's something we can take a look at.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I agree that we don't want to hold up this item, but I think that it's important that we look at the big picture around the university, because our installation of these little resident parking areas individually create another effect someplace else. So everyone we establish moves the problem to another area. And there's several areas within myself and Councilman Delgado's wards that are being affected by the current resident parking bubble that we have around the university, and it's pushed the problem out further into our wards, away from the university. And the true solution to this is for the university to create affordable parking on campus. That's the true solution to it, but we need to look to protecting our residents. I've got complaints from up on top of University Ridge of people parking up there. The streets, all the streets surrounding the university become student parking areas when the university's in session, and it adversely affects the residents in all those areas. So we need to broaden our look at this and look at areas that are being affected and establish areas that protect the residents that live around there so that they actually have parking in front of their homes. And only through doing that are we going to create an environment where the university is going to truly look at the issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Jordan.
And thank you very much. And I agree. We're kind of fixing one area and it's kind of squeezing into another, and we got to come up with a bigger global fix. One of the things I think that maybe we could explore, and I know this is maybe for another day to discuss it, but if there was some, the university has restricted amounts of land where they could go vertical with some parking structures, but we've also gotten not too far away with the Livestock Event Center, which has huge parking facilities that are often empty. If there couldn't be some marriage there of shuttle student parking, I don't know. I think we need to get creative. It's not right adjacent to the university, but it seems like a big open lot that is often empty, that maybe there's an opportunity there to solve some issues and use some facilities that the taxpayers are already paying for.
All right, great comments. Councilman Breckus.
I'll just add on here, with the master plan work that we've done in a regional center like this, we're really on this issue and sometimes some others like the Spaghetti Bowl, in my mind, starting to talk about the role that, without talking about it, that transit's going to play in our community. And until we really make some decisions about what role transit is going to play in our community to these big site destinations, I just don't think we're going to be adequately addressing the issue. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. Move to approve this item and direct staff to bring back some suggested remedies for the other issues identified here today.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you very much. Moving right along, I believe B10.
Madam Mayor, I do have item B3 was pulled by
Sorry,
Councilmember
didn't
Breckus
write
today.
down. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Chief. So the second page of the staff report on the top paragraph said that we're going with this Microception Inc. because this is the only vendor that offers specific computer software and associated hardware with redundant recording capability without network connectivity. Why is not having network connectivity important?
For the record, Chief Jason Soto, it's important because if we lose that network connectivity, which at times we do,
we have it's basically a digital and an analog version of these recordings. So think of it as a kind of a VCR recording on
Okay.
top of the digital recording. So if we lose that connectivity, we don't necessarily lose that video or that interview. We have a hard copy of it, and this was the only system that actually provided both an analog and a digital, so that if connectivity goes down, then we still have that video, and we don't have to re-interview somebody, which could be very, very important in certain
Okay.
investigations.
Because all the work on this is going to be over at the station, right?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Well, I appreciate it. We've been doing a fair amount of procurement in the last month, maybe, of software programs, and I just think that the line of inquiry, when you see, a soul search like that, is worth. So I understand, and I appreciate that explanation.
Yeah, and this also goes with those updates that we're getting. This actually works much better with the improvements that IT has been bringing in throughout the city. It works with each other.
Oh, with the network
Yes.
connect? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. All motion.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. All right. Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we are on item B10, as was requested by Councilmember Bobzien.
All right, go ahead. Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And no real questions. I think the staff report is pretty self-explanatory, but I think it would be good to just have, I'm looking at three of you. I don't know, I'll pick a lane, to possibly put this in context for us in terms of the overall suite of strategies that we're employing to deal with our neighbors without houses. In other words, we're doing this, we've had this facility, we've always thought of it as the temporary overflow shelter, but we're really kind of recognizing that this is a longer-term relationship for us with this facility. We have to make these investments to get it up to standards, essentially, while at the same time we are pursuing the permanent overflow shelter location and what that looks like. And I see Mr. Thomas is stepping in from the bullpen in case he needs you, but or you need him.
Yes, all right, thank you. For the record, Elaine Wiseman, Community Development Department, and good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and Madam Manager. You are correct. So when we first identified this building as a potential temporary overflow building, we did not have anything, and it was a city-owned building, and so we started utilizing it as a temporary overflow and continued to look for other properties to lease, to no avail. I mean, we literally could not find another property. So now that we've been in there a year and there is no running water or indoor restroom facilities, there is a sufficient heating unit. However, there are not ADA improvements, just, a slew of things to bring it just up to code. We've been in there a year, and we don't want to go another winter with having people to have to go outside to use the restrooms. We do have restroom facilities, but they are outside. And we think it's appropriate to have running water, obviously. So the long-term plan is to have a permanent overflow, but we're looking at, 18 months and I think closer to 2 years until that's complete. And so it really is the right thing to do to have these improvements done prior to that.
So I guess the one question I would like to have answered for the record, though, is if we are expending up to $318,000, these are some standard improvements that are not purpose-specific. So it is our building regardless. And so no matter what we end up using this for down the road, having bathrooms, having running water, it's a pretty standard investment in a facility, no matter what the purpose is, correct?
Correct, absolutely. If we sell the building, obviously those upgrades would be needed, and then that would be program income for CDBG. It can be repurposed for other things as well.
And when you say we have bathroom facilities outside, are we talking porta potties?
Porta potties.
Okay, yep. All right.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to bring this up to you and wanted to know, have you reached out to the county and to the city of Sparks? Because this is a regional approach, And so obviously, we're all in this together, and I'm wondering, have you had those conversations at the table with them?
As far as a location or funding?
As far as funding, and we're providing it to the entire area. And so, like I said, it's a regional approach. And so I'm just curious if you've had conversations with the county and the city of Sparks on this issue.
Yes, we've had several conversations, and through our interlocal agreement, they actually, all three jurisdictions fund the operations of the overflow building because we own the building, and really the only funding that could be identified to pay for these repairs was CDBG. That's how we ended up providing that money, because we do own the building ultimately. But for instance, one example is Washoe County actually paid for the bunk beds that recently went in that increased our capacity from 100 to 150 people. So I think regionally we are working fairly well with our partners as we transition to a permanent overflow.
Okay, great to hear. All right, I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleague for pulling this. I want to comment on it. I was not aware when we got in there about a year ago administratively that this was a spot that we selected. And I understand what got us to that point, and we have a strong public purpose to have this overflow, we feel. But understanding now the condition of this building, it did not, it probably still does not meet any sort of building code requirements for occupation of this type. And we're the regulating body, and we have to play by the same rules. And I have a very difficult time when we don't play by the same rules, so that we put everyone else on the line to hold and to do. And I've seen it too many times. I've seen so many people with their certificate of occupancy to open a business held because they aren't meeting this building provision or that. And it just really troubles me that we go to that effort. And I'll just bring up another one, is we've created a parking lot out on Civic Plaza. Someone has put stripes down there and everything. It would take me maybe half a morning to find property owners around town who were, held on certificate of occupancies to make regulated landscape parking lots in this community. And I think that, our building inspectors and our building division has to do their regulatory job on us, just like they do on everyone else. And so I want to call that out, and maybe there's an answer here. But to me, to see a building that's changed occupancy from a warehouse to this without these sort of building standards is just, it's a problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I'm going to send it to you, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. I think it is important that, would we prefer a more ideal building, which the permanent overflow shelter will provide us that? Absolutely. I can tell you from probably in the last 2 years, 40-plus meetings I've sat in with regards to the where, the difficulties of the where. We have been very strategic and creative in ways to try to find funding to help our most vulnerable that are living under bridges, on the streets, by the river. And the roadblock that I have run into probably 10 times in my last 10 meetings, whether it's on the overflow or the bridge housing, is the where. And it's because there's nothing ideal, and if there is anything ideal, someone else is paying a very, very top dollar for it. I will tell you, is this building perfect? It is not. We do need to provide some very basic toilets and water for the individuals for whatever its purpose is beyond its temporary overflow. But if we wait and try to search for that ideal, perfect building, those individuals that are getting out of the cold and can lay somewhere safe at night will be on our streets. I promise you that. I have asked every entity and individual that I can think of to help us with this issue, and it all comes down to the where. We currently have the where. It needs some improvements, and we have to commit to this for these individuals.
All right, great comments. Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you so much. I want to go on record as completely supporting a alternative shelter, but I also think it's important to understand exactly what we're doing. Some may or may not know that in my prior job, I provided the building that was the alternate overflow shelter. And it was only used in the winter, okay? It began October 1 and it ended in maybe May 1 or April 1, in that time frame, because we didn't want people in tents sitting, sleeping outside in tents. And my concerns here are, and I'm very glad it was pulled, that we need to acknowledge this is not a temporary overflow shelter. This is an additional shelter in my mind. I mean, it's not the temporary overflow shelter. It's going to have people in it year round, not just during certain times of the year, from where I stand. And I think that we need to make every effort, and I know you certainly have been working on this, like the Dickens, to make sure that we get a spot. But we did before, the temporary overflow shelter that we managed on behalf of the county and the city had bathrooms. It didn't have specific sleeping rooms. It had large open sleeping rooms. But I agree that we can't exempt ourselves from standards that we apply to others. I just think that's a basic concern. And that is obviously what we're trying to do here is the reverse. We're trying to get in the bathrooms. We're trying to meet the standards. We're trying to bring it up to code. And I just think if it takes a little bit of more money or whatever it takes, whether it's an ADA ramp, whatever we need to do, we need to meet the same standards. I think of a developer who's maybe doing affordable housing, something that we all want. We're still going to hold them to the same standard, even though they're doing a project that we love. And this really came to me very long ago when I had a job as a regulator, and a really great group came forward, and they wanted to do an environmental restoration project, but they wanted to not meet all the standards that everybody else had to meet because it was such a good project. And at the end of the day, as a regulator, we had to make a tough decision, and we held them to the same standards. It actually went to court. It was appealed several times. The universe was against us, saying it was such a great project, but at the end of the day, we have equality under the law. We have to apply the law equally across the board. So everything that we do at this place, if we have to do, again, a little bit more to meet the full standards, that's what I think we should be doing. And I also think we shouldn't kid ourselves that it's temporary. If this is a permanent place, it's going to be housed full-time. We need to acknowledge that. So thanks for pulling it. I do support having additional units to sleep for homeless. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Thank my colleagues. You guys asked a lot of the questions that I had. Just wanted to, for clarity, the funds that are going to be expended here from the CDBG that were approved back in 16-17, not this year's allotment from 17-18. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And my understanding is when we approved that originally in 16-17, it was for 250, and now today we're going for the approval of 318, so an additional $68,000, correct? And I'm assuming that's from additional construction costs that we see as part of that.
Yeah, it's a bid, so that is what the price would be for the scope of work we've defined.
And so also, this isn't as much a surprise in the sense we approved this the last fiscal year for the CDBG fund to make improvements to the overflow shelter. So that's what we're utilizing now with the additional $68,000 to meet those additional construction costs. And my other piece to this, so just for clarity for all of us, the other piece is that we also understand that once this site, because my understanding is the staff said that we're making upgrades to our site, to our facility, and so forth, so it can be potentially, if we decide to sell off, that it's going to be, we'll get a higher price dollar for that. But we also understand that if we do that, we've got to reimburse that funding of the CDBG of that $318,000 because we're not going to be using that. So that's something for us to always consider in terms of revenue-wise, is that if we go out selling it, that we've got to reimburse it. So it goes back to what's its ultimate objection, national objections are for. With that being said, I appreciate you guys' creativity. I know I've been to the site several different times. I know it's just a shell. I know there's a lot of upgrades that need to take place. I know the winter's right around the corner, so we need to make the immediate amenities and enhancements as soon as possible. And to Councilwoman Dewar's point, I know this is going to be something that's going to be long-term. And I really think it's going to be a two-year commitment versus something that's going to happen this winter, just from all the other activities taking place across town. So thank you, staff, for working on this so quickly.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. There's a couple things I just wanted to make sure that were clear for the public. This is not an unsafe facility. We did not cut corners. We did not put people in here without looking out for life safety issues. Is this an atypical use? Yes, it is. Is it a situation whereby we're dealing with a public health and safety issue? Absolutely. That's what drove us to coming up with what we're calling a temporary overflow shelter. So I want it to be clear, we did not waive rules for ourselves in order to create a situation that's unsafe for the people that are being there. Having said that, I think the most important thing, because I've heard some of the criticism about why are we spending this money? And the real answer is, our advice to you is this is not the adequately sized facility for a permanent overflow. We've been trying, as the council knows, and it's good for the public to understand, to look for a permanent solution to what has been a very difficult annual, sometimes every 2 years, search for a place to provide for what was originally, as Councilwoman Dora said, a winter base, but now year-long need. So the investment in this building is not, from the staff standpoint, in terms of our resources to maintain multiple buildings, for this to be a permanent overflow. We are still seeking, as council has directed us, to build a permanent overflow which is scaled and sized and designed to meet the needs of an overflow shelter. But until we get there, which we're working on, we need to address the short-term need, which is why we're suggesting to you to make this investment. So again, it's not that this is unhealthy, not that this is unsafe, not that we are waiving rules in order to deal with it, but this is a public health and safety crisis or issue that we felt we needed to address, and that's why it is where it is today and why it has porta potties there. We're telling you, since we're going to go longer than a year, it's our suggestion that we put in permanent facilities. Whether or not, when we sell it, we get our money back, we will have to pay back likely CDBG, but this is not, from our standpoint, a permanent use of this building.
Well, regardless what's there, I think, you know, the other side of it is regardless of what's there, we have to continue to maintain the infrastructure that we own. So thank you so much for clarifying that for Councilwoman Breckus. I think that that is important, but we've also had discussions on what that also might be in the future for youth homeless, right? So I think there's a lot of uses in the future that will be advantageous for us. So thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it very much. Okay, Vice Mayor Darden.
Thank you very much, and that's all I was going to add to it. Obviously, youth, homeless, and the adult population, they need to be separated for a number of kind of obvious reasons. We don't currently have a youth shelter. Would I love any other entity, jurisdiction to help us with the where on a number of these things? Absolutely. We don't have that right now, but to ignore the issues that are before us, I do see the potential, although not ideal for youth or any, temporary overflow. It can serve a purpose for, again, somebody who could be freezing or in a dangerous situation, to get them a roof over their head and a secured environment. So I'm in favor of this.
All right. Councilman Breckus.
I was prepared to make a motion, but also request a copy when we do these improvements of the certificate of occupancy that's issued for this building. And an understanding that temporary certificate of occupancies do not exist under the building code. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. I know how hard you worked. Appreciate it. Good job.
Madam Mayor, our next item is C1, cash disbursements.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask any council members if you have any cash disbursements. And if not, I'm going to ask for a motion. All right, thank you very much. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we have no proclamations or presentations today, therefore we are on item F1, a public hearing.
All right, I'm also going to ask everyone in the audience, if you have an item that's on this agenda and want it to be heard, we can accommodate that as long as you see Madam Clerk. She will let me know and we'll move right to it. Okay. All right, that being said, F1. We will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to send it to our city attorney to read the ordinance.
I don't need to read this one, Madam Mayor.
All right. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we have none.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask staff, or council, do you wish for a staff presentation at all?
I would like a brief staff presentation if you
All
would.
right, sounds good.
Good afternoon, Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer for the record. I am presenting to you today the requested abandonment of Silvercrest Drive. It was conveyed as public right-of-way to the city by Washoe County Treasurer, and that was recorded on April 15th, 2014. As you may see in the exhibit that's shown on the overhead, right there is the proposed abandoned area. The applicant has proposed and staff recommends that a 20-foot wide relocatable private easement be recorded with the order of abandonment that will reserve access to APN 003-08416. And that parcel is right here. I'm going to switch to a different exhibit here. This shows the overall look. It does show the properties which currently would have legal access via this public easement. All of the properties along Orcrest Drive, along the north side, have access there. Like I said, the parcel that is remaining or retaining its access through that 20-foot easement is located right here. So there's one finding to make on this abandonment proposal, that the public will not be materially injured, and staff has concluded that that is the case. It was heard by Ward 4 NAB, and we received one comment card in support of this project. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and I know that the applicant is also available for questions.
All right, I'm going to actually send it to Councilwoman Dewar.
Dewar?
Didn't you request this?
Well, I thought it would be the ward person, but
Well, you requested the,
it pulled because I just wanted the presentation, but,
well,
okay.
so I'm
All right,
giving you
well, I'll make a motion to approve
Have
the.
you got any questions?
Oh, well, you hit all the points. I just wanted to get the location out there
All right.
to the public.
Okay, I understand. I figured you had questions because you asked for it to be pulled, so I'm going to send it to.
No, not pulled, just I wanted a little brief staff presentation showing the location and what the
Councilwoman Dewar.
future use
Thank
was.
you.
Thank you. They hit it. Thank you.
Councilmember McKenzie, go right ahead. It's your ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm glad that she did pull it or ask for a presentation on it, because the understanding we'd had at the NAB was that there wasn't any other property owners affected. And who owns the property that the easement's for?
The proposed abandonment was requested by the applicant, and they own both of the parcels on either side. Is that correct?
He owns the property alongside of it and is utilizing the property in its entirety now, the easement as well. But who owns the property back there, that the parcel that we're leaving the easement for?
You know what? The owner of that property is here. Would you like to hear from him?
Well, and
Sounds good.
and then the other question I have is, if that property was to develop, is 20-foot wide easement lot wide enough for us to provide a city street into there?
That is correct. It would.
With curb, gutter?
No, it would just
sidewalks?
be, it would be like a driveway access.
So we can't improve this to a city street with a 20-foot easement.
No.
So if they want to develop that, and then we've restricted the condition of improvement of the street, which was that was provided with enough distance for a street with the curb gutter and sidewalks. And if future development occurs back in there, that's the sole access to, then we can't make a city street out of that with the easement that we've got there.
That would be an acceptable width for an access easement, such as a driveway. But no, for a city dedicated street width, no, that would not provide the proper width.
Okay, so if that property owner comes forward in the future and wants to make improvements on that property that we would require a street access to, then there's a chance that his application for an improvement back there would be denied, and we need to make sure he's aware of that, and that he notices any future owners of that property that access cannot become a city street with the easement we're leaving there, and therefore it restricts what he can do with that property in the future.
Very good. Let me ask
Okay.
the owner. You wanna come up and address?
Yes, I, Jason Crawford, own 003-084-16, along with 17, 18, and 05. I would have be the affected property, and I support the abandonment.
I just want to make sure you're aware that this could restrict what you can do with those properties in the future.
I understand that.
Right. That being said, I move to approve.
Question.
Hold on.
Are
I have
you,
a motion, a second, Councilman Breckus.
I have continued questions. Are you Reno Tahoe RV LLC?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because you said some numbers, but it didn't sound like the right numbers. 14 is you.
That's 003-084-16 is next to it.
Okay, well, you own those 3 in a row, yeah.
That's correct.
That one, yeah. And you have access off of that other easement, too.
I have other access easements to all those parcels. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members?
Statement.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, I had a tough time reading the staff report, and it would have been really helpful if someone had identified this as Panther Valley. You know, sometimes it's good to just identify the general neighborhood.
It's not Panther Valley, I guess.
What do you, it's Par, okay, I'm sorry, see, right there. Thanks.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Oh, before I do that, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item? All right, thank you very much.
Why did I think
So
it was
a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we
Okay,
are on
sending
item,
it back to you, Madam Clerk, if you've had any requests.
we do F2, which is next, but we do have public comment on this item.
All right, sounds good. So at this time, I'd like to ask for public comment.
Madam Mayor, can we open the public hearing?
Sure. We'll now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received, Madam Clerk?
Proper notice was given, no correspondence was received, and I do have public comment from Merle Schneider, followed by
Okay.
Ken Crater.
All right, fantastic.
Mr. Schneider, if you'd like to speak, you can head up to the podium.
Madam Mayor and Council, I own 2 parcels on this block, and I think it's a great project. It's good for housing, which we need. It's good for the image that we need for tourists as they come and leave. It's going to be a great project. And jobs too. So I really hope I request that you approve this abandonment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment on this item is from Ken Crater.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ken Crater, representing West Bradley with the University Housing Group. This is a very exciting project for me, both personally and professionally. We've all been working so hard to bring great projects like this to downtown Reno, and I believe this will create that first true connection between the university and the downtown. Wes is making a huge, huge commitment to the city of Reno with this project to the tune of about $40 million to bring roughly 508 beds of student apartments to downtown Reno. You can see where it's located here. It's basically on the block just to the east of the Circus parking garage, and it will encompass roughly 3/4 of a city block. The only portions that won't be affected is the old motels, the Travel Lodge and the Showboat Motel, but most of the buildings on that block are now boarded up. There's only one home that's habitable right now and occupied, which is up on the corner of 7th and Center Street. But the good news about this, it's going to have minimal impact on the need for relocation and the fact that it's bringing 500 beds of student apartments to downtown Reno will provide for much needed housing for the university. And in fact, we just took a tour with the design team up to the university last week to help the design team really get a flavor for the university and what makes the students tick and what they like, what they don't like. And we met with Heidi Ganser from the university, and they're frankly running out of room. They really only have one major parcel left for student housing. So it's going to be even more important and imperative that the private sector step forward and try and find locations. So we think this is a great location. It does involve abandonment of one half the alley, basically the south half of that block. We will have to relocate a sewer and storm drain and an overhead electric line. But my personal opinion, and this includes 7 years being the traffic engineer for the city of Reno, is this is a great opportunity for the city to actually lose the need to maintain sewer and storm drain lines and alleys that frankly they don't have the money to maintain anyway. And I just wanted to show you what the project will look like when all is said and done. This is the view that's looking towards the corner at 7th and Center Street. That will be the main entrance into the building where the leasing and lobbying areas are. And where the cutout is in this area here, there'll be a terrace with a swimming pool, outdoor dining, a barbecue area, and frankly, knowing where I lived when I went to university, I'm very jealous of how students get to live these days. One more view looking from Virginia Street at 6th Street, and we've gone to great lengths with this project to create a design that will, again, I think have a huge, huge impact on this area of downtown, and I look forward to your support. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. I will now send it to City Attorney Carl Hall to read the ordinance. You don't need it? All right, then we won't do that. Madam Clerk, anything else?
We have no further comment on this, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Ken, nice work on this. Again, this is another exciting project that I think will really vitalize part of our downtown and really make that physical connection with the students. I know there's been a recent situation with some students that were to be in Identity, which is a student housing project up at the university, that the opening schedule for that got delayed a bit, and they had to, not an ideal situation, they were housed at Circus, but I don't know if anybody else has noticed. It's sure been nice to see that student population in our downtown. I don't know if all the rest of you have seen them. They've been jogging and eating and participating in our downtown. Not ideal for them, for sure, but certainly have enjoyed seeing that university connection, the student connection coming further down into our core. $40 million investment. The NAB supports this. 12 months if they don't pull permit and reverts back to the city. Am I correct on that? So I think this is one of those things where the city is doing what it can to make things happen to revitalize our downtown, which I will remind everyone is our #1 priority. That's 6,000 people in Reimagine Reno made their priority, and this is a step in that direction, and I would move to approve.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council members?
I have a
Breckus.
Yeah, I have a little bit of questions. The last abandonment, we all know and hope that these projects lift off, but the last abandonment that we did not. And frankly, I think it was a real trick of sleight of the hand that it didn't. I think at the last day when it could have expired, they didn't move forward with the project, but they did with the abandonment, and they played loose with some interpretation. That it was fully their right, and I just don't want to see it get set up, particularly when we're not talking about a full block. So Ms. Jordan referenced that in 12 months, if they don't pull a permit, it goes back to us. Can you speak of the mechanics of this abandonment? Because I do believe that the public is materially disadvantaged if we do an abandonment and a project does not come off. Because I think it forecloses on possibilities for future development, particularly when you're talking about 1, super blocks, or 2, disrupted blocks. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Just some clarification. It's not for the first permit. It's prior to recordation of the abandonment. And as proposed, it's conditioned to do a reversion to acreage, creating a larger block configuration subject to recording of that abandonment.
Okay, so that's the same scenario my mind reminds me on what happened last time, and we don't have a project going up, and we've lost an alley. So I'd like to see us go a little bit further, and that is within 12 months, they must come out of charge out and pay all building fees associated with the building that they're going to build. That's like probably a $100,000 check that they have to write. If they're going to write $100 checks for building fees, they're going to be for real. And they have to do that within 12 months. That, I think, is a fairer standard for these sort of folks. If their project doesn't happen, they don't get a building permit, they don't have the right to abandon the property. I'd like to see it written that way.
All right. Councilwoman Breckus, I think you have some valid concerns. I just don't think the intent of when people come here is not to jump on their project. So I do understand, and I think we should craft some policy to where it sort of outlines that requirement and criteria.
Madam Mayor, I think our master plan is very specific about maintaining the traditional grid. We recognize to get the housing, which is another master plan policy for downtown, we're probably going to be seeing bigger footprints, but when they don't materialize, anything can happen on these blocks. And super blocks are not consistent with our policy because they become less walkable. I think this is a very fair crafting of a condition, and I'd like to hear staff's thoughts on the mechanics of doing that.
I don't disagree with you. I guess that's my point. I just think that we can come up with better policy. I'm going to send it to Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would agree with Councilwoman Breckus, and this isn't the first time we've discussed this. It's surrounded a number of abandonments since I've been on the council that we've had this discussion. And we're sitting here talking about approving an abandonment again, and it wasn't drafted into the agreement the way that we've discussed. And we've kind of put it off time and time again, saying, well, that's a good policy decision, but it's not in this agreement. Do we want to hold this up until it is? And I don't think that Mr. Crater objects to that idea, that that if they don't move forward with the project, then the alley reverts to the city of Reno. But we don't get there, even though we've talked about it and talked about it. So sooner or later, we've got to do something to make sure that what we talk about actually happens. I agree with Councilwoman Breckus on this. We do this with the intention to make a project work, and then when the project doesn't come out of the ground, we end up, that alley has become another piece of property for them to sell however they want, and that doesn't benefit the city or the citizens in any way.
All right. Would you like to say something, Mr. Crater?
Yes, thank you. Again, for the record, Ken Crater. If council would oblige us with 18 months, we'd be fine with that. And the only reason I say 18 months is we just had 2 of the worst hurricanes in this country back to back in a long time. And although we've been working diligently on this, we've had countless meetings with staff. We just had a major meeting 2 weeks ago with building department, fire, community development. But our only concern is that building materials could get very expensive in the next few months. And if that happens to be the case, we may need to delay it 1 more year. But right now, we, I think, are very confident that we're going to be able to pull a building permit Right now, we're on schedule. We're finished with our schematic design. We'll have our design development done this month in October, and we plan to submit for permits in December and start the demolition and asbestos abatement project this December and start construction in February. But if that cost does spike, then we would like one additional year to delay the project. So if you give us 18 months, we'd be fine. And the other thing to point out, there's 3 different property owners in this parcel. So the likelihood of them getting together and doing a reversion map and filing the abandonment is slim to none. But that 18 months would work just fine. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. I guess the other question would be for planning, how often does it happen? It's probably not very often. Is it frequent?
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager, how often does what happen?
I mean, I don't remember how many developers come in and they don't happen with these abandonments.
It's
Does it
fairly
quite a
often.
bit?
Yeah, the standard, just to the east, 6th Street, you had before you a couple months ago. It does happen.
So I think
Yeah.
it's important to obviously put that criteria in, but I don't think we do it up here when they're coming forward and now then we change the rules. I think we have to understand that what we're trying to accomplish. I think there's definitely very valid concerns from the developer side and also from the council side. But
Correct.
knowing what those are going to be important, so it's not, doesn't seem to be a guessing game.
Correct. And Stat, we were just talking on the side here that if you were to move forward with a condition similar to what Councilman Breckus was saying, we were going to say extend the time, which is exactly what Mr. Creeder
Absolutely,
mentioned. So we would
absolutely. That
would
only be
recommend that as
fair.
well.
Otherwise, I think that, yeah, it's frustrating. Okay, so I'm going to move forward since it's Vice Mayor's ward. So I think you gave me a motion, and I think I had a second from Councilman Pobzian. All those in favor say aye.
No.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, can we clarify the vote? I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead, let's call a roll call vote.
Breckus,
No.
Ewer,
No, I'd like to see the condition written in.
Delgado, McKenzie,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Bobzine,
Yes.
Shivi.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote does pass 5-2. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next item, based on the public as we identified, is going to be G2, an ordinance adoption. We will go back to F3. Mayor requested that if we have people in the audience that we move to those items. The only public I do have is for item G2, and then we will go back to F3.
All right, just keep us on track, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor, will do.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna, G2, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, I do have public comment. The first from Bob Herring, followed by Ken Crater.
Okay.
This is ordinance number 6437, case number LDC 17-00049. Sierra Senior Care PUD Amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.0 to the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Section 18.08.102B, .1351, to change the text in the planning unit development design standards to add a 32-bed memory care facility and an 82-bed assisted living facility as an alternative to a 48-bed memory care and a 12-unit independent living facility on the north side of plus or minus 3.2 acres of the plus or minus 5.09 acre PUD located in the area bounded by Mountain View Drive to the north and Beck Street to the south in the PUD zone, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much.
Our first public comment is from Bob Herring. Oh, excuse me, Madam Mayor, he does not wish to speak, however, he is in favor of this item. Our next public comment is from Ken Crater.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, for the record, Ken Crater. I wasn't going to speak today, but I had a conversation with Councilwoman Dorr earlier today who basically expressed some concerns about some still ongoing issues in the neighborhood. And I basically committed to her that I personally, along with the developers, Mike and Lou Ochoa, would work diligently to address any remaining concerns. This is a huge investment in this neighborhood, and obviously it behooves all of us to work together. One of the concerns, for example, was a long time potential of making Mountain View Drive one way. I dealt with many of those issues when I was a traffic engineer. I know that they take a lot of time and a lot of effort on the part of all the parties, including the council, but I just wanted to let council know that I will commit to working with Councilwoman Dorr and the council on resolving any outstanding issues, but hope that you support this today and allow us to finally move forward with this project. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, I have no further public comment.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to send it now to Councilwoman Dewar.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Crater, for being here and for speaking to those issues. My plan had been to request that this council consider continuing this item to the next meeting. And I wanted to explain, and that's why I really appreciate what Mr. Crater said. Right up to this morning, I've continued to get phone calls, letters, emails, texts about neighborhood concerns about the project. And the last meeting, this council was very complimentary to me and told me I had worked really hard to resolve a lot of issues. And I have. And another call I got this morning was about a project, another project that had come before us that is had a lot of neighborhood concern. We went ahead and voted on it. And it's headed for an administrative hearing on Friday. The neighbors are really upset. I don't know what their next move is, but I think our goal here at the city is to somehow find peace with infill projects like this or other projects, and that's why I do work so hard. Last meeting, Madam Mayor, you asked if I wanted to make a motion on the project, and I declined because I could tell that the council was interested in approving the project, as we all know how hard the applicants worked on it. And I just wanted to get on the record, which I didn't really get a chance last time, and I didn't want to make a motion and surprise anybody with conditions, just as we've talked about. I didn't want to say, well, I can get there if we do X, Y, or Z on the spot, and I hadn't been able to get there. The reason I didn't support it last time was there was a 50% increase in beds compared to the project we had denied. The square footage was a 25% increase to the one we denied, 10% increase in ambulances, 25% increases in trips on Beck, and 10% increases on traffic on Mountain View. And Mr. Crater mentioned, I've already had calls that people are so concerned about the 20-foot width, which we were just discussing in the project for the abandonment of the easement, that you can't build a road on that. That is what the road is to access this property. So the people that use the dog park and the other parks have been incredibly worried about how to manage with the traffic. Mr. Crater has offered to, in this, put in a lighted crossway across Lakeside, which I think was a really good thing. So that was what I wanted to do, was I wanted to work with the applicant over the next week, get things written down so that it would be in front of the council when we came to do the final approval, rather than anything oral that I would say here or a commitment. And I really do honor Mr. Crater's commitments when he says them, and he says he wants to work with me. I really believe him. So I'm sharing with you my concerns.
All right.
And, I could make a motion to approve this if Mr. Crater is sincere that he will continue to work with me on resolving outstanding issues. And I know that's all extraordinary outside it's not in the permit, conditions that are written down.
All right.
And so that's where I'm at.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I know that Mr. Crater will work very hard to assist you in any way you can. I would just ask that maybe next time, get with the applicant beforehand so that you're comfortable with that and your constituents are. And,
right.
And since this is the second reading, you have made the motion to approve.
Yeah.
So with that, and I have a second from Councilman Bobzien. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. 6-1. Do you want a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, on that one, I'm clear. However, if you'd like one, we can.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to.
Thank you for checking on me.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
With that, Madam Mayor, we are going back to item F3.
All right. At this time, we'll now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. No correspondence was received on this item. Additionally, I do not have any public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, do I need City Attorney to read this? It doesn't look like it. Okay. How about a staff presentation?
All right, there we go. Oh, is this on? Can you hear me? Okay. All right, good afternoon again. Elaine Wiseman for the record. So what we're hearing today, this is a public hearing for our Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. So our CAPER, another HUD acronym. So essentially the CAPER is the Performance and Evaluation Report on the HUD grant program. So what we're reporting on today are the expenditures from fiscal year 16-17. So that would be July 1st of 16 through June 30th of 17. This also refers to the second year of the 5-year consolidated plan, which we did in 2015, and then also the annual action plans that come subsequent to the consolidated plan. We do an action plan every year. So this is for the annual action plan for the program year 2016. As always, we have a 15-day public comment period and one public hearing, which is what we're having today. So we'll start with CDBG. We report on 3 grants for the CAPER. CDBG, which is our Community Development Block Grant. For the year that we're reporting on, our grant was 1.949397. The expenditures using 2016 and prior year funds, because again, we have to report on anything that was expended during the program year, and some of it could have been projects that were approved in prior years that are just coming to completion, and we expended the money during this program year. So there are a few of the projects there listed, but here is a better chart that we put in. It's a little bit small, but this was also part of a request that council had to kind of see where we were at as far as our overall CDBG project expenditures. So this is a list. As you can see from the first one, some of the activities are old activities. So from 2015, the money was allocated, but it was not spent until 16-17. So that is why there are more projects here listed than in the previous slide. So if you look at the second to last column, the remaining balance, that can give you an idea of where we're at with several of these projects as to what's left. And then in some of the comments period, for example, the Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center, we've almost expended all of that money. There's $19,000 left. The overflow shelter improvements, that will be expended. You approved that today, so that's on its way to being expended as well. So this chart hopefully can give you a better idea of where we stand with our projects. Our home program. So HOME is our regional affordable housing program through the HOME Consortium. We're the lead agency on the HOME Consortium. That grant year for, again, 16-17 was almost $1.1 million from HUD and then $300,000 roughly from the housing division. So we expended that amount of money for Alpine Haven, Lincoln, Terracina, and Vintage at the Crossings. However, in the staff report, you will see that we had several new projects actually opening. So this is only what we expended at that time, but for example, Lincoln Way, $50,000, that was just their final draw where they had expended the majority of their money prior to that and actually were able to open and are up and running. Our emergency shelter grant, or Emergency Solutions Grant, excuse me, they changed the name fairly recently. We received $173,784 in 16-17, and also an additional $60,000 from the Housing Division. The majority of those funds do go to our emergency shelter and our rapid rehousing program. We also supplement the rapid rehousing program, which includes our deposit assistance and utility rental and utility deposit assistance program, with our trust funds for $265,000. And we actually were able to provide deposits for people to get from the shelter into housing to over 400 individuals and families. So our public comment period is the 15 days. It will end today, and we do include all of the comments in the CAPER, and it has to be submitted by the 30th, which is the weekend this year, so by Friday. So with that, I will be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Can I ask you, for those that don't know exactly what rapid rehousing does, how it works?
Sure. So rapid rehousing is a HUD, it's a HUD program that they came up with, which is now becoming a best practice. And essentially, rapid rehousing is getting someone when they first come into homelessness and housing them within 30 days. Studies show that, of course, the longer someone's homeless, the harder it is to get them housed, and the more likely they are to have recidivism for that person. So rapid rehousing, somebody comes into the shelter, we identify them quickly based on their need and vulnerability using an assessment. So people who are rapidly rehoused are not very acute people with maybe trimorbidity factors. They're easier to self-resolve on their own with a little bit of help. And so those people are identified, and we help them find housing, and we pay a couple of months of rent and deposits to get them on their feet and out of the shelter.
So they're not the most acute.
They are not.
And if you are at the most acute level, then what's there for that?
For the most acute people in our community, we have permanent supportive housing. So that's the housing that comes with full wraparound services. And because those beds are normally full, and we have a community queue, which is similar to a waiting list, only it's not first come, first serve, it's based on vulnerability. Often we put those who are waiting on the queue into bridge housing. And bridge housing is funded through our interlocal agreement with Washoe County and the city of Sparks. So it's temporary housing until we can get those that are living literally outdoors into bridge housing and then into permanent supportive housing with a voucher.
So, and you're telling me there's a waiting list. It sounds like there's a queue that sort of,
For permanent supportive housing, everyone that is placed in our community in permanent supportive housing is mandated by HUD to go through a coordinated entry. And that's where we do a standardized assessment on everybody. And if they score over a 10, then they qualify for permanent supportive housing. And those are the vouchers and with the full wraparound services.
And how many people are waiting for those?
We have just a little bit under 30 that in our community waiting for permanent supportive housing beds.
So where are they now?
Shelters or streets. They check in monthly, but the majority of them, or they're in our bridge housing program waiting to be next on the queue.
All right. I think that should be another joint conversation with the county, since they play such a critical piece of the social services aspect. And coming into winter is incredibly concerning. And I think we have all seen people at that critical need. And I can't even fathom that they're on a waiting list. And we have to make that a priority. And I know it gets more challenging because a lot of it has to do with mental health issues and some substance abuse. But I think that we need to make that a priority because it's really causing a lot of, not only, I think it causes a lot of issues for that population, but financial issues at the city level too. And it has to, again, be a regional approach. But I'm seeing it firsthand, and I just think it's something that we need to tackle together regionally, because these are people that absolutely need the wraparound services, and we can't do it alone. We have to have the county there to provide those services. I know Hopes has taken on a lot of that. CHA has done a tremendous job taking on a lot of that. But we cannot continue to do it separately. And that's what I have learned. I know that you do a deep dive onto this, but at that critical level, we can't just say, oh, we got to put you on a waiting list and you'll be out there. I mean, I know at some of the motels, they're putting in, NAMs are putting people in there, Hopes are putting people in there, CHA is putting people in there to provide that sort of that gap that's happening, but these are the most critical.
Right.
And
And those are,
so-
that's our bridge housing program, is those providers, CHA, Hopes, and Catholic Charities each have an outreach person, and they go and identify those on the street, and then through our interlocal agreement, we pay for the bridge housing after they identify those individuals.
I just think there can be a lot of red tape with that, and we all have to do it together. It's really, really concerning, because I think there is some gaps. I think it's a struggle, right? So, and again, so that would probably be another county and city joint meeting, because let's really start looking at those most critical now, because they're out on the street, and it's really heartbreaking. So anyway, I know that's a different conversation, but I've just been seeing it firsthand at a different level, and I think there's a lot of barriers to entry, and it shouldn't be like that. So there's never enough money or services, or there's just never enough. But I think we can do a better job at getting all the players in the room and saying this is step 1, step 2, step 3, and that's not happening, and that's what's sort of frustrating to me. And then sort of the medical providers, as you know, are taking it on themselves, and because out of desperation to help these people, right? So anyway, okay. Any other questions? Councilwoman Breckus.
A few questions. First of all, I'm sorry, the Center Street pedestrian improvements, that was for a project that we did abandonment for that never materialized, so we didn't do those improvements. Where were those? Those were reallocated to 17-18 projects?
Yes, that's correct.
And those we approved, that rollover, we approved by project identification at our budget, right? We just rolled
That
that.
action plan was approved in May, and we
Okay.
still have not received our grant agreements to even start spending that money.
okay.
So, but that's
It'll come back to us.
correct.
Okay.
So that will be
Okay.
captured in next year's CAPER.
Let me, but before we start spending, we'll get an accounting of how, or maybe you could let us show how that money's, the 17-18 plan, maybe you could send that back to us.
Okay.
Thanks. I guess my question is on the county, it looked like we spend up to the 20%, I guess, which is about $500,000 a year on the administrative for the CAC, correct?
The $500,000 is not at administrative money, it's public service dollars.
Public service dollars,
Correct.
okay. And I understand that if the county was to increase their funds on that, we could back that money out. We're not mandated to spend on up to the cap on the services, correct? Or we could divert it over to other nonprofits that we used to support when we had the Human Services Consortium, right?
That's correct, as long as we're still meeting our
National,
our jurisdictional requirement to put in our portion of money to the interlocal agreement to fund homeless services. How we do that, whether it be through the CDBG public service dollars or general fund, however we can meet that, you're correct. We could
Okay.
use that, the public service dollars for other things that qualify.
If the county came in and stepped up with more funds.
Right, well, we would, yes, they would, if they came in and stepped up with more funds, we would still be obligated to our 1 cent equivalent of the property tax valuation
Sure.
projection.
Okay.
So we would still have to find a way to make up that $500,000 through another funding source.
Okay, and my other question's about Silver State Fair Housing. I feel that I'm not getting enough information on what services they are providing to us, and I don't know if we get a report or if they've made, how we're monitoring that. I do think they're out there doing a good job. I just don't think, I think the need has grown, and something is not being done on the housing, and I think that's come forward to us quite a bit at this table with the displacement and the gentrification. And these are comments I'll just mention. This is a hearing, so these are comments that are being captured in our document. And did we program for 17-18 funds for rental rights, rental information to let the public know what their rights are, or counseling, rental counseling? Didn't we try and set aside a service slot for that going forward, 17-18?
That would be through Silver State Fair Housing. And so, yes, we did commit to give them money in 17-18 as well.
To enhance the services that they're providing?
Let me refer to Monica. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to get back to you
Okay.
and look at the details of the
Okay.
contract.
Okay, I just want to put my comment in that, well, I think Silver State Fair Housing has done a very good job. They send decoys into places to make sure that the fair housing laws are being complied with. I see a gap out in the marketplace of letting tenants know, one, what their rights are, and two, to help them negotiate leases, fair leases, and to help people when they are in that eviction experience, which I'm hearing way too often is happening, how to help them land and find another place. And I thought we were going to program some resources for that, and I do think that is part of the bucket of housing services that we should be using these funds for, that, if you will, technical assistance to folks who are facing difficulties in the rental market. So thank you. All right. Any other questions from council members?
Yeah, really quick.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Chance that Councilwoman Breckers, I know we allocated some funds through the Blight Fund to provide some type of programming for renters' rights, as we know that there are people are living in sometimes substandard housing and are being taken advantage of, and they should know their rights in terms of what they should expect for what they're paying for. I know in terms of our overall resources on a staff level that may be ongoing at the moment, but I know that was allocated as part of that programming dollars.
Okay.
For that. And also just wanted to, again, thank the mayor also, because I know on October 19th and the 20th, you're having that mental health conference to talk about some of those issues related to the lack of service providers in the community with mental health, but also how that correlates to the rapid rehousing or just housing in general for that demographic. But those are just my points. You guys, the staff answered all my other questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, any other questions from council? None? Okay, may I get a motion? To adopt? May I get a motion?
Accept the report.
Accept the report.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, next item is G1, ordinance adoption.
Elaine, will you please get with this gentleman right here? He had some questions about the ordinance. Thank you so much.
Ordinance adoption number 6438, ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code Title 12, Public Works and Utilities, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Section 12.16.010, to amend the definition of industrial user, to add the definition of vacancy, to amend Sections 12.16.120, 12.16.130, and 12.16.200 to add the reference to the fee resolution for the CPI adjustment to amend in section 12.16.120 a note as to the billing rate for multifamily to update the billing period to quarterly in section 12.16.130 and to amend section 12.16.610 as to class 4 category of industrial users together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we have none.
All right, thank you so much. May I get a motion from council members?
Move to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, any public comment on,
On each one.
I'm going to send it back to you. Where are we
Madam
going?
Mayor, based off of the persons in the audience, I would recommend that we move to item J2,
Okay.
1 and 2.
All right, I'm going to keep looking at you to keep us on track.
Madam Mayor, I do have public comment on this item if you'd like to take that first.
Sounds good.
We have public comment from Candy Green today. She does not appear to be in chambers at this time. We can proceed with the item if you'd like, Madam
All right,
Mayor.
is this item J1?
This is item J2, parts 1 and 2.
Oh, okay, so we're going to go to item J2. Gotcha. All right, so we do have public comment, correct?
We do have public comment. Candy Green would like to speak.
Okay, sounds good.
We were discussing in the lobby.
Okay.
So I'm here I'm supporting this property being sold. I think it's important. I think we need a lot of public and private partnerships in order to have the housing built that we need in Reno right now. So short and sweet. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Monica Dupay.
Hello, Council, Mayor, Monica Dupay. I'm just here to support the transfer of this property from the city to RHA so that we can have more affordable housing. And I'm not talking affordable housing 40 to 60%, but a little less than that for our most vulnerable populations in Reno, seniors and youth. Thank you.
All right,
Madam
thank
Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment today.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask for staff presentation.
Good afternoon. For the record, Bill Dunn, Revitalization Manager. So in front of you is requests. So we're looking to discuss and for direction on the disposition of 1035 East 8th Street. It's a parcel that was acquired by the city in 2013 using NSP funds with the hope of doing an affordable housing project. So I think have been a couple of hiccups in this thing over time. There was one proposal submitted in 2014. It really didn't fit what council was looking for at the time. So most recently, we received a letter from the Reno Housing Authority expressing some interest in doing an affordable housing project that would benefit NYEP. And so we're here today for direction on how to proceed.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't remember the project that was brought forward in 14. However, Reno Housing Authority did look at sort of a proposal, and that's why they're here. I also wanted to make sure that we brought it to other council members so everyone could weigh in. I know that affordable housing has been obviously a top priority to this council. I also want to make sure, we have parcels out there that are sitting vacant, and we can be using those to put more product into this market and certainly to the people that need it the most. So if the other thing I was asking if other council members had any other ideas for this parcel, the one that was brought to Reno Housing Authority was very attractive. It was something different that other cities are doing between youth and seniors, and this cohesive relationship that helps one another. They've seen a lot of success with it. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to get moving, so we can continue to put more more product into the market that's desperately needed. But I also want the council to weigh in and give us your thoughts. All right? So with that being said, I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate moving forward on this parcel. Was a little caught off guard in terms of, I know I've expressed different opinions about this parcel being in Ward 3 for a number of times, and you guys have brought the parcels to us in terms of what do we need to do. I don't know if Amy Jones is here. I know that was the reason why we continued it from the last time, that now we're seeing it today. Appreciate also that our staff, in terms of the programming, that we don't really do the programming in terms of doing overall wraparound services as such. We provide land, that's what we do, or we lease out to partners in the community, or we convey land to other municipalities or so forth, and this is what we'd be doing today. Also, just a little curious in terms of how the process is, in terms of if this has already been set up for certain providers to hold that programming, or how are others involved in terms of how do others in the community, if they would like to do this type of programming. You had stated already that there's a provider in the community that's already going to do this work. Have other people in the community had an opportunity to also come before the Reno Housing Authority, come before the City Council to express an opportunity to do that type of programming? The transparency, I think, for me is this kind of understanding, first and foremost, the broad about that this is happening. I've pushed back at times in terms of the very lower income being pushed into Ward 3, where we already know there's a lot of low income, where there are other opportunities in terms of the overall program. If it's not just going to be low income, it's going to be low income with supportive services, then who is going to provide those services? How does one now start to apply with the RFP process to make sure that there's opportunities for others that may provide those services? I don't see that before me today. Mr. Dunn, can you explain to me a little bit more on how that process played itself out?
So the genesis of the process, again, Bill Dunn for the record, the genesis of the process predates me. I believe that initially when we acquired the property, it went out and there was some hope of doing extreme low income. And as you mentioned, the need with that type of housing would be the wraparound services. I don't think that ever came together. The proposal was from Ridge House. And I think their proposal was for sort of halfway housing for folks coming out of incarceration. And I don't think that ever moved forward. With regard to the actual specifics of the process initially, I would defer to somebody who was here before me. I would ask maybe Elaine to speak on that, and either somebody from the Housing Authority or NYEP to talk about the project itself and the services. So if anybody, Elaine, you want to?
All right, and also
Okay.
we have Mashawn here from the Reno Housing Authority, and I apologize, but Amy couldn't be here.
Yes. Hi, Michonne, Deputy Executive
and-
Director with the Housing
Take it away.
Authority.
She's very knowledgeable, very good. So go ahead.
So the mission of the Housing Authority is obviously to provide affordable housing. And even though we've been approached by NYEP for this project, we would like to take suggestions and proposals from others in the community so we can best decide what fits this property if you move forward with giving it to the Housing Authority.
I don't think NYEP does a great job. I think they do an awesome job on what they do in the community. This isn't part of in terms of what they can or can't do. It's a matter of saying, if we convey this property over to the RHA, is this an opportunity for us to have further dialogue, even among here at the council, saying what types of projects are we looking for? What other innovative programs are taking place? How do we get this thing moving? I, for one, of course, drive by that parcel all the time. I go to the Community Services Agency all the time. I understand that. I mean, I understand why Ridge House would not fit across the street from daycare or from other workforce development properties that are just across the street. But it's also, okay, what types of programs are we going to instill, and how's that process laid out for others to also apply those types of programs at that specific parcel and that affordable housing complex?
So what we envision is if this property is given to the Housing Authority, then we would go through a public process. We would invite the public to submit proposals to us and then evaluate and take feedback from the community as to what's the best fit. Because like you said, given the area and what's right across the street, certain things might not work, certain projects might not work. Also, it depends on who has funding and who has the resources available. All of those need to be taken into account before we decide to move forward with any final project.
Perfect. No, I don't know if there's I know there's others that want to chime in, but
All right.
I appreciate that.
All right, any other questions? No? Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Dewar.
Oh, thank you. I believe a lot of my questions have been answered. Thank you for those responses. I too was looking forward to hearing from Amy because the item was held over. And I was hoping that she would lay out sort of the big picture plan. I appreciate the fact that you're going to do a public workshop. I guess I don't know enough about your process. Is that what you usually do on these kind of projects?
This is a different type of project for us, but this is the process that we've talked about internally, about taking public comment and public proposals into account before moving forward with anything.
Okay. One thing I am glad about is that the property is on the north side of 8th Street versus the south, because I think Councilman Delgado and I have shared concerns about location of affordable housing being in less desirable places. And if it was on the other side of the street, right on the freeway, I would be struggling with that. I haven't been very supportive of putting affordable housing on railroad tracks, if people choose to live there and they want to pay a high dollar to live there in new apartments, that's one thing. But, they don't get a choice. This is where we're putting the affordable housing. And I just always think that it should have the same kind of amenities and, qualities that other housing does. So I appreciate the fact you're going to have the open forum. I do like the idea of this mix of seniors and youth. I don't know how it works, but it seems like we definitely need people involved. I mean, you don't just put people downstairs and put people upstairs and say, hey, y'all work it out. There has to be some kind of a program, matchmaking program, expectations, training. A lot of things go with that kind of concept. But I do support that. I think it's very innovative and very cool. So thanks for being here today. I do support this project and appreciate the earlier answers.
And
Thank
I
you.
would say Reno Housing Authority is very good at that. I definitely would invite you to come over and
I would
see
like to.
so many of the programs that they provide. I think we actually were rated one in the best in the country. We're very
Wow.
proud of that.
That's amazing.
And I mean, I also think that we have to really look at some of these properties that the city has to sort of move on
Of
them
course.
to provide this housing. And so, and also make sure that we have all the input, like Mashan was saying. And that's certainly
Yeah.
one thing is it's a process. It's not like it just happens. It's definitely a process. But
Well, and the biggest change for me on this project was in previous discussions, it was going to be the city always, the city doing it, the city structuring it, the city managing it, the city figuring it out. And we're just not staffed for that kind of thing. So this kind of partnership, I think, is
And
just
you have
right.
to remember, they also have the resources, the financial
That's what I'm
funding,
saying.
and all the backing, and can typically do it faster than the city can. So this is why the Housing Authority makes sense. Now, is it this project? We don't know, right? So it would be good to get other, feedback from council members, other constituents, stakeholders, other wraparound services, and that's exactly what they want to do. And so I think, I appreciate you guys coming and being aggressive with the city to put more product into the market. So, Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay, I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. My only question is, we did kind of collectively talk about this at the City of Reno and having the Reno Housing Authority kind of be the clearinghouse on a lot of things. You guys are the experts. You guys have all the fingers on the pulse in different areas and know best. How long does the public process take? In other words, if we approve this today, how long does that take before a project gets in?
We would want to hold at least a couple series of meetings, and so that's something that we would have to lay out in detail exactly the timeline and what we're looking at in order to go through the public process. So I can't say for sure exactly how long that would be. I think it also depends on the feedback, because some of the proposals we might have to do some research on and then go back out to public comment. We might have to narrow it down. It just depends on, I think, the response that we get also.
Can you Can you say less than a year, less
Oh,
than
yes,
6 months?
I would say we want to move on this very quickly. Affordable housing is a big issue in
Yeah.
this area. It's not something that we want to sit on. If this was approved today, we would immediately start planning out those public meetings. The first one could be held within 30 days. Getting out the word, we want to move on this quickly.
Okay,
But I
so
think they
6 months
also-
or less.
Yes.
And I
Okay.
think they also face
That's
a
all I was
lot of the
getting
challenges that other developers have with finding labor and
Mhm.
material and just, some of the challenges, but.
Yes.
Anyway, all right, any other questions from council?
So would you guys come back and tell us what you guys ended up approving in terms of how it all lays out?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so may I get a motion from Councilman Delgado?
Move to approve staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, we are on item J2.2. This is a
J2.
resolution to be read by the city
All
attorney.
right, I will send it to our city attorney.
This is resolution number 8430, resolution declaring intention to sell without charge the city-owned property located at 1035 East 8th Street, Reno, Nevada, to the Reno Housing Authority of the City of Reno for an affordable housing project, and to provide notice to the public to attend the public meeting of the City Council on October 11, 2017, to provide any objections to such transfer as required by NRS 277.050 and 277.053, together with other matters properly related thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have none.
Okay. Any questions from council members? There are none. May I get a motion for Councilman Delgado?
Yep, so move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we are on item H1, a resolution establishing future city council meetings.
At this time, Madam Clerk, I apologize, but I'm going to ask council for a 10-minute break. Okay?
30 minute? Say 10 minute?
10
Yeah.
minutes.
Sounds good.
Let's go for 10 minutes.
All right. 3:30?
moment. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're ready whenever you are. I know. And I can't get up to leave the room. And I can't get up to leave. Madam Mayor, I would like to go to item J1 now that we're reconvened.
All right, thank you so much for keeping us on track. Okay. Hold on.
Madam Mayor, on this item, we do have public comment from Peter Dubé. He does not wish to speak, however, is in support of this item as the chair of the Historical Resources Commission.
All right, fantastic. Would any council members like a staff presentation on this?
Maybe just a brief
Councilwoman Breckus?
one. It's so exciting when these go on, and it's such a commitment of property owners to add something to the city. It really is a big deal. I know they were here earlier. Maybe, Ms. Hanson, you could just show us the photo and show us where they're at and what they plan to do with the property.
Sure. Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. Thank you. And this is a request to list this property on the Historic Register. It was originally built as an apartment building, and over the years has gone to office. It got zoned to office. Now they want to return it to the historic use. With the historic overlay, it does allow the administrator to grant that historic use to come back into play. And so it is the most appropriate use for the land, for the building, and brings back that historic nature and also grows our register.
All righty.
Super cool. All right, any other questions? Councilman?
Motion to
Bobbsey?
approve.
I know you're very excited too, right?
Just discussion on the motion, echoing Councilman Breckus's kudos, and it was great to have the applicant come and speak during public comment. It's great to welcome these into the registry.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. All of us do, I'm sure. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All right, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations, that's fantastic.
Madam Mayor, we are on item H1, a resolution setting next year's council dates.
This is resolution number 8431. Resolution establishing regular council meeting dates for the 2018 calendar year and the month of January 2019, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Madam Clerk, any public comment on this
We
item?
have none, Madam Mayor.
All right. Any questions from council?
I just have one question. Have we looked at the Tumwa conflict dates?
No, we did not.
Sure. Are those up?
All right, so do you want to move on and then take a look at some of those dates?
I can.
Okay, and then
Do me
we'll,
too.
and then both council members who are on that board can convene. Sound good?
Mayor, we
right,
can move on to
moving
item
along.
H2 if you would like.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
H2, resolution.
Resolution number 8432, resolution to amend fiscal year 1718 Public Works section of the fee schedule as it relates to CPI adjustment of sewer use fees for the city of Reno, Nevada.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I have questions about this. Ms. Olson, what does this do? Because I thought the sewer fees were in ordinance.
For the record, Jill Olson, Finance. The sewer fees are in ordinance, but currently in ordinance for, that you adopted under G1, they just say and these fees that are set shall be increased by CPI in the future. By moving them over to a resolution, we can actually update the fees every year to show the public exactly what the fees are, and we will reflect what the CPI is. So it's a much more transparent method of showing what the fees are, and it's easier to update than it would be to update the ordinance.
So, then are we gonna go back in and pull them out of ordinance?
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. The ordinance you adopted today, the ordinance that was adopted, in 2011 referred to the CPI adjustment. There was nowhere to look at that the actual CPI adjustment shows up. So the base rate is still in ordinance. And now today in the ordinance, we added the language that was missing when it was adopted in 2011 that indicates that you can go to this fee resolution to see what the CPI adjustment is.
You know, here's something, is it was 2011 when the council did the series of adjustments, and we did 4 years of rather large adjustments, and then we went on a CPI. Since then, I've been involved in some rate setting over at Tumwa and spent a lot of time also on the rollout of the waste management that also has a rate escalator. And although the waste management one terminates, obviously, when the agreement ends, and when Tumwa did their rate increase, you know, they put sunsets on those. And even our bargaining agreements, you know, they're fixed in time. I've always been uncomfortable with this one, that it rolls forever, much in the same way I'm comfortable with the fuel indexing that RETC has. And I'm wondering, what would be the mechanics to say, put a lapse on the CPI increase, say, in 6 years, so that a future council has to make a conscious decision of what they're going to do with the sewer rate increases? I'm uncomfortable with just autopiloting rates.
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. Certainly, we could, in the future, with any future fee studies, bring back an ordinance amendment to sunset that. Right now, as it was adopted and amended today, this fee resolution that goes part and parcel. So the ordinance that was just adopted refers to the fee resolution, which is this.
But what if this council said this resolution is, you know, rescinded in, 8 years from today? We could do that, and that would put another council on notice that it's time to amend the fee resolution to look at the sewer rates, correct?
And for the record, Jill Olson again. We would bring the fee schedule back to you every year during the budget process, so you could give that direction at any time during the year. The idea behind the CPI increase was to at least try and get the fees to grow at the same rate that our costs were growing, so that when we had the next fee study, we wouldn't have the larger increases like the 25% or the 8%. So that was the idea, but you would have an opportunity each year to give us different direction.
Sure, I get that. It's just sometime if you don't have something coming down on you, you're not going to be looking at your capital and your costs and so on. Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I've had similar concerns about the automatic increases, the fact that we don't actually consider those and we don't have to make a conscious decision to make those increases. But I also understand that we don't want to have those major increases, because when we had a couple of years ago, we had the decision to whether to waive an increase in sewer fees, which that was pretty substantial. It was, I think, 7% at that time, and we had that decision to make and offset future construction projects. That was a pretty tough decision to make. And that was a larger increase than the CPI increase is, and the CPI increases at least are smaller increases, and if they can keep us close to what we need to get those projects done, it's a good tool. But one of the concerns I have is in statute, there's a provision about rate increases, and what we do with the money that's generated from those rate increases, and the noticing requirements for requesting a rate increase if we're using funds for something that may not necessarily be appropriate. And this CPI automatic roll prevents us from having those rate increase hearings. So when we go off the reservation and spend money for things that we shouldn't be doing, we don't have those restrictions because we're not reviewing the rate increase in the way that a normal rate increase hearing. So I can see both sides of the issue. I think this is more specific to the ordinance change that we had with redefinitions and aligning those with what the rates should be based upon the ordinance change we made. But I've got similar concerns about the automatic rate increases, about whether it's smarter for us to make that decision every year, whether we're going to have a rate increase, or if it's better to have an automatic. If everything's running smooth, I think the automatic's not that bad an idea, but we've had instances here in the recent past where I don't know that things were running that smooth, and we may have been pushing the envelope, so.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any other questions or comments from council members? There are none. May I get a motion? Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, do we know if H1 is ready to be heard at this point?
Okay,
H1, resolution for future council meetings. The city attorney already identified this as resolution number 8431, so it does not need to be reread.
Okay, so Madam Mayor? if I may?
Go right ahead.
So I've gone through and analyzed all of the dates for Tumwa. The only one that directly conflicts is July 18th, where there's both a Tumwa meeting and a council meeting. In the past, when they've conflicted, we asked Tumwa to start their meeting earlier at 9 so that they could get done by 12. So I think we could make that request to them. And, you know, I think they'd probably honor it as long as we don't also have the Western Regional Water Commission meeting on the same day, which sometimes also happens, which happened last year when we had the meeting, I think, for them at 8. So that's a conflict. And the only other issue is that it looks like the staff are contemplating a council break by condensing the meetings in June and July in that period. And the only thing that I wanted to note there, I guess, is just that we would have, oh, wait a minute, it was not that one. Is it at the December? Anyway, I think we're good. I thought they might move a meeting. Maybe sometimes Tumwa will also drop a meeting if there isn't that much to put on the agenda. So we might encourage them, if that's so, to skip the July 18th meeting is what I was thinking. So anyway, I think it looks pretty good.
May I
Yeah.
make a suggestion? And I do think sometimes Tumwa does skip their July meeting because they have a picnic and they just go dark. Has anyone, is the 2 weeks back-to-back, they seem very intensive. And I know that our charter says we meet twice a month, but I'm wondering if anyone has given any thought to maybe in December or, for example, December or even this December, rather than going 2 back-to-back, is to have 2 meetings on 1 week on consecutive days. And so something like that, and then we even get a longer break, and we take care of our business.
I'm fine with that.
It's probably a staff agenda preference.
I'm fine with it.
I don't know, for the record, Saber Newbie, I don't know that it's necessarily a problem for staff to do that. The question is, and I know that we experienced that this summer break, that everybody that's in the queue, excuse me, for a business license or other sort of licenses that need to come before you then need to wait the full 30 days. Really, between the 2 meetings, that would be my only concern, is slowing up businesses in that fashion.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a quarter of the months where we do that, 2 weeks back-to-back. And
That's. Well, I would ask the city manager, would you please maybe discuss with staff if that would be something that would be doable on their end and then get back to us? I would like to see something in a week time period instead of pushing it out. But again, I don't want to create any hardship for staff, so if you could let us know, that would be.
Certainly, we'll bring it back to you at your next meeting. And
Okay.
in the intervening time, we'll work with staff to see if there's any other concerns.
Okay, fantastic.
You're suggesting we adopt this today,
Right.
Madam Mayor?
And then we could come back
Okay.
and adjust it.
Madam Mayor, I think that one of the big concerns we may have is with the redevelopment as far as, or development, excuse me, as far as the time frame we have to address some of those issues, because we're looking at, we've got a certain amount of time to approve something after it comes out of planning or to take actions on it, and if it messes with that time frame.
All right. Okay. Let us know. Sound good?
Okay.
Okay. Let's move on. Do we
Madam
need,
Mayor,
we
do
need
you
to take
wanna-
a motion on that? So I think I had a motion from Councilwoman Breckus and then a second from Councilman Bobzian. You're just trying to get to the adjournment motion, Mr. McKenzie. Your favorite motion. All right. All right. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, as items I1 through 4 were continued to a future meeting, we are on item I5, ordinance introduction.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 7008. Ordinance to amend Title 5 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privileged Licenses, Permits, and Franchises by amending Chapter 5.13 entitled Special Events and Activities by amending Section 5.13.040 entitled Exceptions to Permit Requirement to exempt groups that are picketing, assembling, and marching in the city streets from special event permits, requiring and clarifying notification should be provided to the city to allow the city's closure of streets by amending Section 5.13.090 entitled Application for Permit to delete Section F to remove the permit requirement for gatherings or marches on city streets, parks, or other public property organized as expressive activity related to events occasioned by recently occurring news or affairs, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
No? Okay. I am going to ask Alexis Hill, come on up. Why don't you give council some feedback?
Absolutely. Before you today is an ordinance change to Title 513, which is our special event code, which did require free speech events that required a street closure to get a permit through the city manager's office. This is now requiring a notification. This is supposed to be in line with different free speech requirements that cities need to abide by for people to express themselves. And I listed some events in the staff report that the city has not required a permit for since January of this year that are free speech marches. And I also looked into other cities that are comparable to the city of Reno, and they're doing similar activities, not requiring fees to be paid, not requiring insurance, and not requiring permits. And I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
All right, sounds good. Vice Mayor Jarden.
Thank you very much. So to be clear, we're not requiring anybody get a special event permit. We're just saying we need to be notified if at all possible, because we'd like to have police and street closures for safety reasons, right?
Exactly. And I know that there was a concern brought up when we were reviewing this earlier by a council member who was wondering if the people would come to the city. What I found is the city of Berkeley still was requiring a permit, but had found that people were not going to the city to get these marches permitted. So they actually created an emergency ordinance that will expire at the end of this year. But they're essentially, it's a way for the city manager's office to add conditions to things that pop up in order to work with these special circumstances and marches that are coming throughout their area and throughout the country. So hopefully this will be a way for people to feel more comfortable talking to the city. But we plan on also letting these organizers know that this is the new process in working with the city.
Good, good. It's to allow easier process to have them occur, but to make sure we're still, providing adequate security and street closures. How do we find out? How do they, do you guys scour social media? Because sometimes they pop up very quickly.
They do, and the police department can address some of the ways that they've been finding about these events, but most of the time they're coming to our office and they're like, we want to do this right, we want to work with you, and we've created a really simple form for them to fill out. And what's great about, in my opinion, about this revised ordinance change is that we can move them to the city plaza if their route can't work, or move up for a different route, or if the city plaza is being used, we'll move them to a park. So there's ways we can accommodate these free speech activities without stifling the community's efforts.
Great, thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, great job. Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to commend staff for bringing this forward. I think this is a very practical way to move, and certainly it's informed by a lot of recent experience, and I'm pretty sure in the next couple of years we're going to see this used again and again and again in our community. I do also want to share, and was asked to and authorized to convey that the ACLU is very much in support of this this ordinance. So everyone working together, and so here we are. I think it's great.
All right, fantastic. Great to hear. Councilwoman Dewar.
I too wanted to commend staff on this. I thought this was a really good way to go. I had a very similar question to Councilwoman Jordan during the briefing about, how do we ensure written notification? The ordinances, they should provide written notification. And there's going to be no, downside if they don't. I also asked you, how do you know which streets to close? Is it like minute by minute as the march is going, you're changing the route? So it seemed like it's really challenging on staff to manage this. But I really commend, did you want to address that? But I really commend staff for moving forward with this, because it makes a lot of sense. Often marches are not planned 90 days ahead, which is what the permit requirement is that you have to get 90 days ahead. Well, most things are very topical, timely, responsive to current events, and they're not planned 90 days ahead. So yes, sir.
Chief Jason Soto for the record. In terms of street closures, we have a really good, a really good working relationship with the community. And all of these marches, with the exception of one that I can remember in the past several years, we've had pre-notice. And we've brought, this council's brought a lot of attention to that subject. And I think it's really helped in terms of those folks reaching out to either Alexis and her department and the Reno Police Department. So we have a little bit of preparation time in order to close some of the streets. Of course, if that course changes, we're really good at what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really are.
That's no joke. Yeah, no, and that is very true, and I think that's because the city is so open about it, and you guys really allow people to express themselves, and this city is very open to it. Unfortunately, some cities aren't, and I'm really proud of the work that you guys have done in keeping everyone safe and allowing people to continue to express themselves. Very important. So I want to commend you, because
thank you.
You guys have done a fantastic job.
The community has been incredibly respectful on this. We haven't had any issues in terms of these events.
All right, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to take another focus on this. I think it's good work by staff bringing this forward to us, but there's increasingly notice among jurisdictions of the fiscal costs of this sort of protest activity. And of course, it's a constitutional right, so it's the highest level of duty and responsibilities that we have. However, as you all recall, we have an audit function, and we're auditing the costs of special events this year. We've approved that in our audit schedule. And there's been discussion at the Financial Advisory Board, of which I'm liaison, about throwing in the costs of these protests to also understand and be able to budget most effectively for the costs that we're absorbing for that. Because the concern that I have, and I want to share with you all, is that if it is a cost, particularly to our police department, it's going to have to be borrowed from somewhere. And the somewhere is likely to be patrols or traffic investigation or even crime investigation, which, I'm hearing from residents on. So I'd like for us to talk to our manager about throwing in and understanding what the budget implications of these are. And so when we go into budget next year, maybe this is going to be taken care of out of the special events budget or somewhere else, just to be sure and have our chief tell us that we're not going to be cutting into patrols, because that's our priority. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and there's some wording in this ordinance that initially brought some raised eyebrows among some people that I work with in my day job, and upon further reading of the ordinance, they're well versed in assuring that they don't block streets, so they understood that this didn't apply to them. But I think that more than anything, I wanted to give a shout out to our officers in the RPD and the efforts that they've put in to assure that the assemblies that we've had in the past couple of years have all been peaceful. Where things have gone south in other communities, our officers have done a good job of keeping things under control. And I've got a letter sitting up on my desk from a constituent praising the work that the RPD did down at the event when the president was here, and if there was an opportunity for fuses to burn short, that was it. And our police department did a very yeoman job of containing that situation and making sure that everybody had the right to have their say without interfering with anybody else's right to have their say. So again, kudos to the department. Chief, you got a good bunch of guys working for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions? Seeing that there are none, I will hand it to Councilman Delgado. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure, and before I make that motion really quick, just wanted to add clarity. People assemble, Believe Plaza, and then it turns into a march. We're flexible, we're nimble enough to go and jump ahead and make those closures, right?
Usually, normally we are. Usually we have enough we'll get it done. We have other resources in terms of getting in front of that. Some of them have been a little bit bigger than we had anticipated. That's the challenge of these demonstrations, is we can't really anticipate the size until it gets there. We can take a guess, and we're usually pretty close, but sometimes we're not perfect on those numbers. But for the bigger events, we absolutely can. And for the smaller ones, those are a little bit easier, and we usually don't have to do any type of street closures for those. So those are a little bit easier to manage in terms of closures.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. I know you have a great working relationship with the community, and I know right now more than anything else, there's a lot of people wanting to voice their concerns or their ideas and so forth. And so I know that's great on our end, and thank you, Alexis and the team, for jumping on top of this. It makes the process that much more easier and efficient for people to voice their opinions. So with that being said, Madam Mayor, I move to approve.
Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Great work, Alexis.
Madam Mayor, we are on item K11, appointment of Ward 1 NAB.
Oh. All right, then I'm going to send it to, actually, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We have none.
All right, I'm going to send it over to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to recommend for appointment to the Ward 1 Neighborhood Advisory Board, Rebecca Alured, Brian Bass, Kenneth Becker, Baldo Bobadilla, Colleen McClintock, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Solid. Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we're
Just
on-
curious, I just want to ask Council quickly, are you getting quite a bit of applicants for your NABs?
There were more than I thought, but we reached back to the folks who had applied before, and several of these people, as a matter of fact, the reason I've appointed people whose applications have been hanging out there for a while. And I think I still have 2 alternatives to appoint, so those might be coming forward soon. but
Okay,
yeah.
I just wanted to know at some point, do we need to do some community outreach and remind people the NABs are existing? Because people continue to say to me, how can I get involved? And I always say the first place to look is your NABs. But I think it might be time to do a reminder publicly or do some outreach. So I just was curious about what you guys were experiencing with your NABs.
I think it might be time, and I know we don't have a director for the Office of Community Engagement right now, but I think, and we've had a lot of changeover in the liaison position, but I think that it would be good to maybe have a update from about the overall program and how things are going, and we're gonna we adopt a work program at the start of every new appointment, so we're gonna be talking about that, but it might be good for a little more sharing and discussion about what is the different experiences of the NABs right now.
I think that would be a great idea. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Darden.
Thank you very much. And I do have, because the term, we'll call them term limits, I guess, on the NAB appointments, I do have a number of openings on mine. And while I've gotten some applications, I certainly think it would be appropriate to go out and advertise. more,
Okay.
So everybody knows.
All right, great. So,
Madam Mayor, real quickly, I think that if we're going to go out and notice the public that, about the NABs again, we probably want to reach out about all our boards and commissions. We've got a couple of boards that we've got vacancies on that we have no applications available to fill those vacancies. A couple of those boards are getting to the point where they're not going to have a quorum. So and those are charter boards that have a set quorum. So we probably ought to be pushing that information out to the public in general.
well, I would think it would be good to direct, obviously, community engagement with some sort of schedule, so it's constant and sort of continuous, right? So I think that's a great idea, Councilmember McKenzie. I will get with our city manager, and she can put that process in place, because I do know that OCC does have their hands full right now. So, but I think it's a great idea, both Councilwoman Breckus and Councilmember McKenzie. All right, so I think we had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam
Mayor,
Clerk.
We're on item L1. Comments regarding city boards and commissions from the electeds.
All right. This is non-action. Any council members?
Madam Mayor, I've got one thing that I'd like some clarification on, and I think it was Councilwoman Breckus brought up last meeting about the technology fees, and we got a memo concerning those technology fees recently. At our BFAC meeting the other morning, we're not charging those technology fees. We're taking them off of the existing fee. So the city's paying the technology fee for this upgrade that's supposed to speed up the permitting process. So I'd like a little more information on that, because the way I understood the explanation at BFAC the other morning is that we've got a reduction in building permit fees because of the impact of the technology fees. And so that's not appropriate to me. So if we could get a little more information on that one way or another, either through memo, or if we can get a report from licensing, business licensing and building department about how we actually are charging those those technology fees, because that should be an increase in fees because of the ability to have a better the ease of doing the business that it's supposed to create. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on, we don't need to take any action. Madam Clerk?
believe you have a few more council members that would like to speak
Hey.
on this.
Oh, go right ahead, Councilman.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, this will be quick, but I do want to give one update on something that we haven't heard about in a while, but want to keep on everyone's radar, and that is the One Truckee River initiative. They have a core team that is still meeting, and I've been meeting with them. They are sort of going through some growing pains, trying to figure out what is the most appropriate governance structure going forward to keep all of the stakeholders engaged and at the table. Nonetheless, they've been making a lot of progress recently with the Division of Environmental Protection. There's funding in place to do sort of a watershed analysis of water quality on the Truckee, and certainly we're all familiar with what they did with the mile markers. So it continues to move, and I just want to make sure everyone understands that even though we adopted the plan, it's not up on a shelf, and the conversations are moving forward. So quick update, but just want to keep it on everyone's radar.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I was earlier this week down in Sacramento at the Planners Conference held in California, and their plenary speaker was the 5th ever executive director of a 100-year-old entity, the California League of Cities. And she led off her talk with the #1 crisis facing California cities is pension liabilities. And her comments were directed to planners, a lot of public sector folks, and saying if California cities don't manage the pension liabilities, that they won't be able to implement the plans, the great plan. There won't be resources to implement the great plans being made for the communities. And I thought that was very striking that that was this woman's #1 issue of concern for all of the California cities. And I'll just say I sat in a number of sessions relating to housing, and housing is an absolute crisis down in California in all jurisdictions. It's so widespread, and concerns about the makeshift nature of informal housing and the safety of that and balancing that. If any of you are interested, look up the Avila's Law, and it is a law that is passed in response to 3 young girls who died in a converted garage apartment in Long Beach about 4 years ago. The retired Long Beach Fire Department chief is making his way around the state looking for ways to make sure that these informal housings meet building codes. And in a lot of cases, people are finding out they're not, but it's that balance of endangerment and just McKinsey report did a supply. They're about 2 million units short in California for the growth projections that they have in the next 20 years.
Wow. All right. Wow. And then they were talking about, obviously, with tax reform, some of those other states that could be dramatically effective, which was California, that would have a huge effect on Nevada because it's different tax structures. So fascinating. Okay. Any other comments? Why are you laughing, Councilmember McKenzie? All right, so we move on.
Madam Mayor, we're on item L2, a resolution to be read by the city attorney.
Resolution number 8433, resolution donating council donation funds to Future Kind to support its goal to raise funds for educational programs in our community through the Offbeat Arts and Music Festival fundraising event in the amount of $2,000 general fund.
All right, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
None.
I'm going to send it to
So
Councilmember.
moved.
Whoa.
See y'all there. It's gonna be a great show.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Sending it to City Attorney.
Resolution number 8434, resolution donating council donation funds to Alexander Van Alstyne Ballet Theater to offset costs associated with its upcoming production of Swan Lake in the amount of $500 general fund.
Very cool.
So moved.
Councilman. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right, sending it right back to City Attorney on item L4.
Resolution number 8435, resolution donating council donation funds to Shakespeare Animal Fund to support community members in need to help pay for emergency veterinary bills for their animals in the amount of $500 general fund.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Motion carries unanimously. Great cause, Councilwoman. They do good work. Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We have none, and we're on item L5, a resolution.
All right, thank you very much. Sending it back to City Attorney.
Resolution number 8436, resolution donating council donation funds to RCS Rotary Foundation, Inc. to offset the costs associated with upcoming Dogs of Rotary event on September 30th, 2017 to help local veterans in the amount of $500 general fund.
Councilwoman. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L6, sending it back to City Attorney.
Resolution number 8437, resolution donating council donation funds to No Opportunity Wasted to support their mission to inspire youth to achieve the highest standards of intellectual and personal development through a comprehensive college preparatory program in the amount of $1,500 general fund.
All right, thank you very much, Councilwoman Dewar. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Sending it right back to City Attorney Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8438, resolution donating council donation funds to the Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation to support their mission to enhance the quality of life for children with cancer and their families in the amount of $1,000 general fund.
All right, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, sending it back to City Attorney for item L8.
Resolution number 8439, resolution donating council donation funds to Volunteers of America, Northern California, and Northern Nevada Shelter from the storm event on November 9th, 2017, which supports employment and housing programs in Northern Nevada in the amount of $2,500 general fund.
All right, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Sending it back to City Attorney on item L9.
Resolution number 8440, resolution donating council donation funds to advocates for rural community health to continue their work focusing on rural health development in the amount of $750 general fund.
All right, thank you very much. Sending it right back to you, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item M, public hearings, none. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
And this is going right back to Councilmember McKenzie.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Madam Mayor, we are on Redevelopment Agency.
Oh, we do.
We do.
Not so fast.
Darn.
We're not done.
Where is it?
Right, here you go. You got it?
I think, all right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Breckus? Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? McKenzie?
Here.
Jordan?
Here.
Bobzine? Shivy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, item P5, discussion and potential approval of the City of Reno and Redevelopment Agency investment policy. Would any council members like a staff presentation? No, Councilwoman Breckus.
Oh, did this go to the FAB, Ms. Olson?
For the record, Jill Olson Finance, yes, it did in their September meeting.
Okay, okay, I must have missed that discussion. I'm fine with it. We, Tumwa just redid their investment policy, and we had an extensive conversation about investment policies at that point, and I don't think anything, I think it looks good. It's just making it on par with our city one, right? Correct?
This is the city and the redevelopment agency combined into one
Combined,
policy.
yeah.
And we did a major revision to it about 3 years ago.
Yeah, uh-huh.
And we believe it still meets all the best practices. It's been
Okay.
reviewed by our investment advisor.
Okay, thank you. I didn't catch any flags for me. I'll move.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe we're on item P6?
We are P6, future redevelopment items.
All right. I'd like to ask council members if they have any comments or questions on P6? No? Okay, at this time, public comment?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Or wait a minute, hold on. So all I would ask is that we're going to adjourn in memory of former Police Chief Robert Bradshaw.
Good.
All right? So I have a motion from Councilmember McKenzie. and a
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you very much.